The show will start in 15 seconds, and this is your last audible warning.
Previously on the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
And it's just perfect timing to wrap this up. It's also perfect timing that I physically went and pulled my dad's death certificate a day before they closed this case and a day before the Clearwater Police came out with a statement. Second, and I think my fans and I think people know me well enough to know that I have integrity. I try to keep my mouth shut. I've tried to stay out of this stuff. But dear Clearwater Police, keep my effing name out of your mouth.
Wow. You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Broadcast rights for the Bubba the Love Sponge Show have been to this station by the Bubba Radio Network and is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this production without the express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
Tuesday, the 9th of June, 2026, the Bubba the Love Sponge Show, live from the brand new Fresh Start Studios. I'm actually looking to potentially have, there's a business that's interesting in naming rights for the studio. I think we used to be from the Morgan & Morgan studios, and then there was a couple other that we had when we were a little more corporate with Beasley and Cox, and now our numbers are getting fairly impressive, especially digitally, along with potentially two more FM 50,000 watt terrestrial syndicators, which would really make the studio naming rights even more valuable. So I'm actually working on a deal right now about that. So thank you very much. Also, thank you. I'll thank you guys for him, and then I'm sure he will chime in, and potentially he played him last night. But New York Greg and Lummy loaded up the Dr. Diaco Dimebag Daryl guitar amps and power head unit, whatever the hell that's called.
A head. You call it a head.
It is called a head, isn't it? Yeah.
100-watt head.
And
very light, very light.
That's light. But those two cabinets are whew. So anyway, Lummy and New York Greg went and picked them up, and Lummy. Before I get into that, I'm going to the studios tomorrow to take pictures of all the equipment and stuff like that, because I'm going to aggressively try to get rid of as much gym equipment as I need.
Did you say you had a neck machine?
Nope.
Okay.
I used to have one, and that was move number one from the Clem Gym. But anyway, I'm going to be down there tomorrow, but I guess it's unbelievable. Like it looks like they were getting, like, the realtors. It's so clean that I think that realtors could come in and take pictures for a showing, other than the gym area, because the gym area, we're still selling stuff out of there. But spot clean. Cleaning service. That's what it's called, right? Spot Clean?
Yes,
and
the Spot Clean team.
Spot Clean team. And Rosa, I think she's either the owner or the boss. And they've come in everywhere except the Clem Gym area, and I've been told showroom quality. What, Lummy, you were boots on the ground yesterday. Give me your synopsis.
Greg, I have not seen it that clean ever. It was spotless. Everything looks great.
Now, how about the area, the garage door area, that little area between the concrete studios and the 10 walls of the warehouse? Is that still cluttered, or is
No, that's clean. That's 100% empty.
You're kidding me.
Yeah, it's clean.
So I got a report from Average Joe, our good friend Aaron, that owns Average Joe Landscaping.
Yes.
Because he's been so kind. Oh my God. Did he get the tire?
Yes, he did. Yeah,
okay.
He said
and that was the. Even though I don't think we necessarily put a cut in his sidewall, I think he got it at the dump. But we have used that thing excessively, and I figured getting him a new tire was the right thing to do. Like when you drive somebody's car and, you're supposed to leave it cleaner than you got it.
Yeah, or if you get a nail in the tire, it's not like you did anything wrong.
No.
You should still fix it.
Yeah,
exactly. It was on your shift.
Exactly. It's on my shift. And you should leave with a full tank of gas, too. Or at least return them with the amount of gas they gave it to you,
Plus.
Unlike Alex Stein, which, Lummy, I'm going to be honest with you. I'm going to have a private conversation with Alex Stein because I just cannot.
I think he got a hotel.
Oh, he did?
Yeah, I talked to him over the weekend, and he was going to book a hotel, and he texted me something that looked like he got a hotel.
Just because of the distance between here and Dr. Diaco's office, or because he's scared of being a pig?
Yeah, I think he's scared of being a pig.
He probably still wants my Crown Vic though, doesn't he?
1,000%.
Yeah, exactly.
Even though the girl does not want to drive in it, he's set.
Listen,
on that.
it's not flashy and it's borderline white trash, but it's very dependable. And it'll get you from point A to point B. Now, if you're trying to roll up to the dollhouse and valet, that's not going to work out for you. But, if you're just driving to Dr. Dan's office, taking your girl to the surgery center, coming back to your hotel, and then going back to Dr. Dan's office respectfully for checkups, and then potentially back to the airport, which at that point he'd leave the Crown Vic at the studios. We'd come pick it up. The Crown Vic's perfect. And you're not valeting at Forbici or valeting at Union so that everybody sees your car. You're literally pulling in. The most high-profile place you'll be going to is Dr. Dan's parking lot. And,
she's not going to be going out and about anyhow after her surgery.
Yeah, she's going to be down. He's
going to be going to CVS.
Right. He's going to be going to CVS, buying some gauze and stuff like that.
Not really. Merch Crick will.
Merch Crick can't take care of her. She's at a hotel. So that, Merch Crick can't take care of her if she's at a hotel.
Well, he might have got a hotel right down the street.
Okay, well, then there you go.
From here?
Yeah.
Really?
For the week to take care of, because he's really nervous about taking care of her.
What they don't realize, Dan, is that a boob job with no complications is really, and Dan, I'm sorry for talking for you. Please interrupt me and tell me if I'm wrong. But a good candidate woman like her, young, in shape, with no complications.
And a really straightforward breast aug.
Yeah, and so it takes Dan less than an hour to get it done. And I don't want to say easy peasy, but it's not that big of a deal. Now you start getting into tummy tucks and breast lifts and rhinoplasties and things like that. That's when Dan could potentially have some issues, but not on just an easy peasy. This is his 4,650th one he's done.
Right, without exaggeration. And as long as she doesn't overdo it, she should be fine.
Right. Rest, keeping your drains clear. Now, Dan, is there always drains involved? No, sometimes there's not.
No, there shouldn't be on this either.
Right, sometimes there's not. Usually when you're doing redos or a breast lift or a tummy tuck.
Yes, those all have drains.
Those all got blood grenades that I absolutely have nightmares for. If I see one, I actually go into shock. So anyway, I had one time 8 of them tied to me when Dan did my legs and my tummy. Yeah, exactly. So anyway, Lummy, can you tell me, is it, if Mark Tate walked in there, which I think Mark Tate is going there Thursday.
Mark Tate would be blown away.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. So I cannot thank Rosa and the Spot Clean people enough, because I don't know, Lummy, that any of us, even 5, 6, 8, 10 of us could have gotten it that clean. And upstairs looks like a showroom.
And the bathrooms are all clean, the mirrors are all clean, the counters, everything is just it's like spotless.
So anyway, Lummy was there yesterday because he grabbed Dr. Dan's Dimebag Daryl a head unit and 2 speakers for his lead guitar. Dan dabbles in playing the guitar, the electric guitar. And Dan, now, prior to getting the stack that I gave you, because I think that in the business that's what they call them, a stack, right?
Yes.
Yeah. But what type of stack did you have? The standard Marshall kind of deal?
Yeah, I have a Marshall tube amp with 4x12. speaker box.
With one speaker box.
Right. I have a second two speaker 2x12 speaker box, but it's hooked up to a smaller amp.
Now, Dan, to me it
so
seems
I got enough
like
for a whole band.
What I'm saying is you got 4. What if you plugged all 4 into one guitar and just let it rip? Could Bella hear you over at Steve's?
Oh, without a question. Without a question.
So now
it's loud, dude. It hurts. It gets so loud.
So did you play it at all?
Nope, because I got all new cables coming.
Oh, okay.
I wanted to put new cables on it, and you know, not like old stuff. I just wanted to be perfect.
Now, is it in great shape?
Yeah, it's beautiful. It's already stacked up. It's against the wall on the 3rd floor next to the drum set. So
anyway,
I'm ready for.
Dr. Dan said he would be spiffing you and Greg. It was 5 to 7 stairs into Dan's mansion, and then it was on the 2nd or 3rd floor.
What was the top? It was the haunted part.
It was a haunted area.
Yeah, the 3rd floor.
Right.
The very
Bumping into
steep
ghosts?
stairs. No ghosts. Even though those fans do scare us, Greg and I got a little worried because
those fans scared you.
They
were making noise.
Do you go up there much, Dan?
Yeah, I go up there.
So anyway, let me back to my original.
Now the kids are doing pool and stuff up there when they have their friends over, so it's getting used more.
Now,
it didn't get used much when they were 8.
Do you tell them that my amps and stuff are off limits? Like, do not touch my stuff.
Yeah, they're not gonna mess with that.
Right.
They know.
Let me anyway back to my original. I was like third fragmented / squirrel. I got squirrel. I squirreled myself. I do it quite often. I was talking about Average Joe. He gave me a report yesterday.
Oh yeah, that thing was crazy.
Our total so far, 7 load of stuff that we've junk basically. Some of the stuff was real nice, but 7 loads, 18,000 pounds is what our official total is. Now I don't know.
You had 9 tons of BS.
Yes.
9 tons of crap.
Yes.
Jesus.
18,000 pounds because it's like 2,000 a ton, isn't it?
Yep.
Yeah.
Wow.
9 tons
Jesus.
of shiz. What 7 loads worth on his badass? God, his dump trailer is so badass, is it not?
Yes, it is.
Nothing like spring cleaning, huh?
Yeah, I mean, and now we have some of that. We got a 40-foot trailer, which is parked in the middle of my area over there, and then New York Greg and Bob actually cleaned out the garage pretty good. The garage is about 3/4 done. And that was a bunch of electronic stuff that went upstairs. I
felt bad for Greg. So before we went over to Dr. Dan's, we were cleaning the garage and putting stuff upstairs here. And, he has those attic stairs. And so when
did they break?
No. It's just, they're kind of steep. But we had
but not only the steep, but they're kind of flimsy.
Yeah.
Well,
the last thing was that huge, I think it was the bass speaker?
Oh, he didn't get that. You guys didn't get that up.
Yeah, we did.
Oh, my God.
So because we thought we were going to go to Dr. Dan's and just go to the carriage house.
Right.
Because I was like, oh, Greg, it's just right up it's one flight up on a carriage house. It's easy. Don't worry about it. We back up next to his carriage house. And next thing I know, it's like, no, 3rd floor. And
what a dick. He better be flipping out at least a hundo for both of you guys.
Well, I first thought the person that was there doing it, I didn't know if they were correct.
I would have opened the front door. I would have put it right in, because that front door has got that big living room area. I would have put it right there on the wood floor, stacked up 3 deep. As soon as you walk in the front door, there they are, and said, "You get Dumb and Dumber to move with the rest, buddy." We moved him from the studios to here. We ain't going any further.
If it was up to Greg,
I think unless we start talking some Cash App or Venmo parameters, we're out of here, my friend.
Well, and then once the nail, we started thinking about gigging ourselves up on the 3rd floor. Dr. Dan has this big nail that sticks out in the stairwell, and Greg and I kept hitting it. We thought about gigging ourselves, and
I would have got juice. I would have gotten juice, yeah, and then taking pictures of the nail and of your juice. And
I just don't understand where this nail is.
It's on the 3rd floor when you come around that corner.
It's on the drywall?
No, it's on the stair. It's an old rusty nail that's
on
from
the stair.
Yeah, so where the ballast is.
Is it like on the railing?
Yes, on the railing. So
it's not a wonder somebody hasn't snagged in the 20+ years that it's been in the family that somebody hasn't snagged themselves.
That railing comes down, so it may have been a screw that was backed out, so they could take the railing down to get things like the pool table.
It's an old nail from when they originally built it.
I guarantee you didn't take a picture of it, did you?
No, we didn't have our phones on us when we were walking up there.
Had you taken a picture, you could just be showing Dan right now.
I'm sorry.
But can you explain to him where it's at?
Yeah, it's on the third floor when you make that right around the top part.
Man, I had a claim. I had a claim against the Diacos too. I'd be a rich man right now because I know Dan's highly insured with an umbrella kicker, and so one time,
Just wish I had been on video.
No video. Just had I. So I go to Dan's carriage house one day. I forget it was on a Saturday. We were going to go do something, throw the ball, go biking, something me and Dan were going to do. And we're out back in the carriage house, and Dan's got this little patio that's It's probably about what, 12 feet, maybe 12
all day, at least 12 feet, maybe 14. It's pretty high.
Yeah, 12 to 14 foot off of the ground, and then directly underneath this little patio is like real thorny / jagged bushes, and so I'm kind of leaning against the railing, and the railing breaks, and I do not fall. I get
cat-like reflexes.
Cat-like, for a 300-pound man, I cat-like reflex. And Dan's like, "Oh my God!" And then you could look at the railing where somebody had taken it apart to get maybe something heavy up, like a crane or something, had put something into the house via that little loft area, and they had actually taken the railing apart to get it in, and then in the reassembling of the railing, they just didn't do it. They didn't. It's probably just a couple of jobbers that just kind of maybe re-screwed it back in, and it was noticeably wobbly, and it took a 300-pound man to break it. So, had I fell, man, I'd be rich. I mean, I don't know what type of injuries I would have suffered. Maybe broken back, broken hip, broken back. Maybe I'd be Bubba Christopher Reeve, paralyzed. I don't know. But
fortunately, that year you didn't make a lot of money, so your income, times 20 more years would have been pretty cheap.
Oh, that's all you would have been fighting me on the day already.
But you know what that did, though, Bubba? That made me redo the entire balcony, and let me help with that, and we made it bigger, sturdier, safer, and
out of metal,
and still out of wood.
Oh, is it still out of wood? All right. So anyway, Dr.
But
Dan,
that was scary, dude, because you really, I understand that, listeners can't really appreciate how close you were. I mean, you were literally like 5 degrees of rotation away from falling down.
Yeah, it was bad. And we were like, oh my God. Whoa.
It's like you caught yourself with a fingertip.
Man. And then I'm like, man, I should have just done it.
Yep. Just gone.
Actually, I don't think you could make yourself jump off a 14-foot area. I don't think you could less a fire or your kid, like some kind of emergency where you just had to go. Much like, oh my God, like how when the people jumped out of the Twin Towers during 9/11.
What were they thinking?
I don't know, bud. Other than okay, maybe it's better to die from squishing yourself on the concrete than burning to death. I got to think that maybe dying from a fall of 1,000+ feet, which I'm sure, Dan, kills you instantaneously, right?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
You're not surviving that.
Other than, a fire, 1 foot from you blazing hot and you just can't take it anymore. And, I wonder what the tallest, most survivable jump has ever been. Because somebody's...
People have survived skydiving accidents, where the parachute doesn't open.
Yeah,
you're talking about thousands of feet.
But usually the people that survive those are people that get kind of caught up in the trees, and the trees kind of act as a little slow down, sand pit buffer area. And, you get tore up, unbelievable. But there has been people, But Dan, also in skydiving, you're usually skydiving in a rural type area, and you're not landing on concrete when you're skydiving.
True.
So I think that might also help a little bit based on what you're landing on, grass or a field based on straight concrete, and when you're jumping out of a skyscraper. I think there's been people that have jumped and landed on the roofs of cars and survived. But I don't know what the survival rate. I'm sure there's some type of equation where height equals survival.
3 stories, you have like a 30% chance, and 5 stories, you have a 2% chance.
Yeah, something like that. Because it's about 10 foot a story, isn't it?
Right.
Approximately thereof. So what the people that died in the 9/11 deal, I think those were all 60, 70, 80 story jumps.
Yeah, they were hundreds of feet, if not 1,000 feet. It was unsurvivable.
Walker, I sent you if you want to look at some little
and I know that, I don't know if Macho, I love
The little beep.
Yeah, I feel like I'm playing Family Feud on my own show. I'm just gonna keep the little bleep. Please do not turn the sound off.
Okay.
Now what is this, Lummy?
This is a kid just jumping off of.
A kid?
Yeah.
Okay. You ready?
Yeah. Is it something we should be playing?
Yeah, he just jumps
Yeah,
off.
let's
He
do
does
it.
he's
Ready?
bungee cording.
He what?
He's doing bungee
5,
jumping.
4, 3.
Kid looks to be about like 5.
Yeah, he's about Walker's age.
Yeah. Yeah, 5'6", 4, 5, 6.
2, 1, let's go, buddy! World record. That's what I'm talking about, dude. You just crushed it, buddy.
Yeah, no thanks.
Excellent. Just absolutely showing us how. That was incredible.
All right, what happened?
I don't know that I'm launching my 5-year-old off the end of a cliff.
That's what I was showing. Is that you said you could people just jump off? I mean, this little kid literally just jumped off.
No, but he didn't splat.
No, he has a bungee cord.
I know, but I thought we were talking about people that might have splatted.
Oh, I was just saying about you were saying, can you force yourself to jump off? And I was saying this 5-year-old.
Well, I mean, this is not jumping off to your death. I mean, there's
I don't trust bungee.
No, true. But I mean, they're gonna be able to show you that 3,500 people have done this before, and they've not had any incidents.
Not as a 4-year-old though.
But I'm just saying
it doesn't matter. The balls on
what
it.
I'm saying is when you're on the 94th floor of the World Trade Center, and the fire's like 2 feet from you, and there's no fireman in sight with putting the fire out, and you have to make that determination that I'm going to jump. You don't have the luxury of knowing you're at Jimmy's Bungee Cord USA in New Mexico, and that this is just an attraction. And chances are, 99.99% is that you're not going to die. But when you jump from
Well, if you jumped from the World Trade Center, Dr. Dan, would you recommend me and Bubba turning toward our stomachs or trying to get more wind resistance?
Our fat stomachs don't have anything in, and even if you had a squirrel suit, first of all, the people that jumped out of the towers didn't have a squirrel suit.
They had a suit.
Well, a jacket's not going to slow a 300-pound man down. I mean, you're done. You're done. I don't think there's any way to score it other than just being done.
Pippi Shortstroker said that Vesna Vulovic fell 33,333 feet on January 26, 1972 from a plane wreck. And survived.
And made it.
Survived.
Well, he has to be
30,000 feet.
There's one.
Vesna, I imagine that's a girl.
All right. Well, there's one.
Lightweight.
Lightweight.
Hair slowing her down.
Yeah. 110 pounds. Compared to you and I, Lummy, 300. I mean, can you imagine how fast we're going? I mean, Dan, does weight... I know that everything supposedly, according to Newton's law, whatever the hell it is that everything travels at 32 feet per second. But that's under perfect conditions.
In a vacuum. Right.
But
you got drag.
If Lummy and I jump off, the Sunshine Skyway at 197 feet, and then, let's say... 120-pound girl, Merch Crick jumps off at 111. Are Lummy and I going to be going faster than her?
I think that you guys would probably be a little less aerodynamic, and she'd probably fall first because you guys are just a bigger thing, even though you have full weight. If she were, if you jumped off and a trash bag filled with a pillow jumped off, you'd land before the pillow.
Sure, just because there's uplift and wind and things like that.
Right, it wouldn't overcome the gravity. I mean, your weight, my weight, you and I and Lummy would all fall probably about the same speed.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. So, Lummy, you sent this to me, and I said, Lummy, is it AI? And he's like, no, it's from another country, and it's a guy that's building his own house.
Yes.
And, it looks like he's, laying maybe some of the rafters or some of the, top side. Roof trusses or something where, are these like 2x6s or I don't know what?
I think those are 2x4s.
2x4s, and he needs to nail these two together to create, a bigger mass to probably, Dan, like you said, lay the plywood down for the initial roofing, or, it's something that of structural, and where he's using one of those really big lag screws, so he really wants this to be a secure deal. So he has to put these two boards together, and I'm sure he'll put several screws. Like,
sistering it, right?
Yeah,
Sort of,
yeah.
is that what you call it?
Yeah.
But I mean, if you have two 2x4s is sistered together, is that stronger than a single 4x4?
Yeah, it can be. It depends on how the different screws.
Here's the
and
thing,
how to
man.
line it up.
You got. First of all, what you have to do, and I'm not like Big Red or New York Greg or Lummy that are far better built Bob Cook, or let's not forget our Wilson Installations and
That's
Creations, who built the new podcasting table and walls.
Beautiful.
So, like, the first thing I think that's really progressed in technology with regards to building, and Lummy, you can help me out, is the fact that you don't really use nails now. They tend to use screws.
For the most part, like when I built my bottom frame on the addition, I used 2x6s and I married them together or sistered them, and I used the glue, liquid nail in between it, and then screws and nails, and that just makes it that much stronger.
Yeah, you could park a 747 on it.
Exactly.
So this guy is screwing two 2x4s together to create some type of really, really solid base to whether whether this is his rooftop or a truss or whatever. But as you can see here, he's up here straddling this, and you can see his testicles have kind of he's in basically just a pair of shorts. That's it, just a pair of shorts. And if you're got some big, as you get older, or even if you're younger, testicles come in all different shapes and sizes.
And then most of them stick out of your body.
And most of them, kind of, if you're wearing a swim trunks, tight-fitting swim trunks like this, they kind of hang a little bit. And, the older that you get, the more that your balls hang. And that's just the part of getting old. And gravity and what have you. Dan, is it the fact that, so medically, if I was to talk about this medically, why a man's balls or let me say testicles so I can be medical, and you're a real doctor, so we're talking about this in terms of medical terms. But now, Dan, is the sac called the scrotum?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I want to make sure, Lummy, that I'm
scrotum and testicles.
Okay, so does your scrotum, as you get older, lose elasticity, and that's what causes your testicles to kind of drop?
Yes, and the reason that your testicles drop is because they have weight to them, and so over time they kind of stretch out your scrotum. And do you know why your left testicle's lower?
No, I didn't really know mine was, but
it is.
No,
so is Lummy's.
Well, I mean, so pretty much in all men, your left testicle's a little bit lower.
Yep.
Okay, and why is that?
Because the way the blood flows and the vena cava, you have a longer venous column going into that left testicle, so that's why it goes down.
So your
lower.
Piping's a little bit longer, if you will. So the blood source that gives
it's heavier. The left testicle is heavier.
So as you get older, your testicles don't change in weight. It's just that your scrotum loses elasticity, like anything. Like when old people start getting creping on their arms and things like that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Where you're losing elasticity.
Mm-hmm.
So this guy here, he's up here he's up here screwing to. When I say screwing, I literally mean, having a screw gun and screwing into another 2x4. But as you can see, his scrotum and testicles look like they might be in between the two boards, and he doesn't know it because he's leaning over another board. And can I tell you something about us men? Is that, like, we don't necessarily know where our testicles are when we're doing stuff.
You don't have testicle proprioception.
No.
Like, if you close your eyes, you know where your hand is.
Yeah.
You don't know where your testicles are unless there's a problem.
Right. They just kind of hang out. We don't really
you can't tell that they're in the left or they're in the right.
We don't really keep inventory of the whereabouts of our testicles. They could be flip-flopping to the left a little bit.
So the quantum theory.
They could be flip-flopping to the right a little bit.
There's a chance.
Yeah.
They tend to be down there.
But you know where your left hand is at all times.
All times.
You know where your nose is at all times.
Yes.
You know where your mouth is and your eyeballs and your feet. You know where all of those extremities are at all times. You just do. You know where your nipples are for the most part at all times. But the one thing that can, kind of flip-flop applesauce around is your testicles, especially when you're really tediously doing something. You're like, you're never thinking about where my balls are right now. Never. So this guy is, intently trying to construct something here, screw two 2x4s into each other to create a stronger, type base. And I don't even have to finish the conversation. I can just play the video. I've now set it up. You guys know the area to look for. And here we go. Oh my God.
Battle died. What in the world? Get this thing off.
There you should be.
Can that crack your testicles?
Oh, yeah, it can shatter
Now,
them.
Dan,
Absolutely. It's like, might as well put them in a vice.
Let me ask you a question. You know how
They can rupture.
the expression, quit busting my balls. Can testicles really get busted?
Yes, you can break through that little fascia around them and literally explode them.
And then
Have
you
big
ever,
operation.
in the years that you worked the emergency room in New Orleans with the gunshots and just all the crazy things you would see, did you ever see anybody shatter their testicles?
No, but I have a really good friend whose son was a catcher, and his first week away when he went to college, he forgot to wear his cup, and he got nailed right in the testicle, and spent like a week in the hospital
With shattered balls.
Oh, he had a shatter.
So a guy
he
threw
shattered
like
his
a
ball.
90-some mile an hour fastball,
Went in the dirt, bounced up, and boom.
hit him in the balls.
I took a baseball coach out in ninth grade, my first year in high school baseball at Shorecrest. The baseball coach was sitting there right by the dugout, and I hit a foul ball so late because this guy was just throwing gas, hit him in the testicle, cracked his testicle. He had to get it removed.
Oh, God.
Now, Dan, you just a minute ago say that it's a pretty complex surgery.
To remove a testicle?
Well, to repair.
To repair one's more complex than removing one. They just, snip, tie, and it's gone.
Okay, but how do you repair one? You
Well,
don't.
there's a fascia, there's a capsule around it, so you'd have to literally suture it, stop the bleeding, suture it, and hopefully you didn't mess up any of the piping.
Suture the nut?
Yeah. They would close it.
They were only able to recover one of the testicles. I guess both of them blew up to the size of grapefruits.
Jesus.
And then they had to remove one because it was so
No,
bad.
Dan, doesn't usually during testicular cancer, which is something that men have to worry about, a lot of times not both testicles are infected or cancerous.
No, it's usually one.
And so I actually know of two people that have had a testicle removed in lieu of testicle cancer.
They get a prosthesis?
No, neither one of them got. They both have one nut. Do they? When they're doing that, I'm sure insurance covers it, but does insurance cover the prosthetic, or do they listen? We're only going to cover the removal of the cancerous testicle, but
Dude, it's hard enough to get the insurance companies to cover breast reconstruction when a woman has breast cancer. They ain't paying for your prosthetic testicle.
Oh,
Absolutely
and
not. I mean, they'll pay for the sex change of the guy in jail or the illegal migrant that's in California, but you can't get your testicles put back together.
I had an insurance caper yesterday, so I take some medications under doctor's care, and my one medication that I've been taking my copay has been like $54.
Jeez.
Because I got pretty good insurance, and that is a little exorbitant, because usually my copay is $5,
10 or 20, yeah,
or 10,
yeah, something
on almost everything, and the 4 or 5 things that I take, it's about $5, $10. I think I got Blue Cross Blue Shield Silver Edition or something like that. It's quite expensive. It's my largest monthly expense that I have, and so Publix does all my prescriptions and stuff. They are really good at it, and so I'm supposed to go pick up I get it once a month. My primary physician, who's a new dude, who's super cool, Dr. Demery, Frank Demery, great guy. Dan, at Dr. Demery's office, they have an app, and you in a portal and an app, and you do it all through there, including Zoom, telemedicine conferences, and if you're having problems with a prescription refill, you just go right to the app and they handle it from there. So I get the good news yesterday. Publix calls me, and I'm supposed to pick up my stuff on the 5th. So I'm well within regs, because a lot of times they won't fill it on the 3rd. Publix is by the book. They only fill it on the 5th.
Yeah.
So I go to pick it up.
You have 72 hours to pick it up, right?
Yeah. So I go to pick it up yesterday, and they're like, Mr. Clem, for some reason your insurance company, is no longer paying for this. If you want it, it's $843.
What?
And I'm like, what? They're like, yeah, it's just like you're going to have your doctor's office, or you're going to have to call your insurance company to find out what the problem is. So I spent about an hour on the phone yesterday on hold to get a hold of Blue Cross Blue Shield to try to figure out what the problem is, and I got hung up on. In the middle of getting transferred.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Clem, that's a authorization issue. We need to send you to the authorization department. Please hold. Be a brief moment. 42 minutes. I feel like SpongeBob. 42 minutes later. Bam, 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 bam.
I'd be so pissed. So did you try my Good RX? Because sometimes that'll just come up. It'll be like $200.
Yeah. You know what? That's a good option.
Amazon also has it now too.
They do?
Yes.
Like
the medication?
Yeah, the medication.
Like a good RX gimmick?
Yeah, you turn in your medic. If you already have a prescription,
I got a prescription. Yeah,
you turned it in and they send it to you.
A lot cheaper?
That's pretty cheap. There's sometimes it beats Good RX.
Really?
Yep.
I'm gonna get.
And you can get things prescribed. Yeah, they have the virtual doctors too.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Just quit all that, right? Just go to them.
Yeah, go to Amazon. It takes about 20 minutes.
Doctors don't have to worry about AI as much as like Amazon doctors and pharmacists playing doctor and PAs.
I don't care. I just want my drugs. I don't care who the hell is prescribing it. As long as it gets to my house. I mean, I feel like I don't think the DEA is going to come after me because I got a 30-day supply of something. Listen, none of my stuff is. Dan, what's is that Schedule 3?
What?
Like really, 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 really bad.
Two, like Percocet.
Yeah, like Percocet, and
one is something that's like research only, like LSD has been, marijuana was for years. 2 is like Percocet. 3 is like Tylenol number 3.
How about like Ambien?
Ambien's be like a 3 or 4.
Yeah, that's the hardest stuff I get.
Yeah, that's easy stuff. Those are stuff that you can still call in.
Yeah,
you can't call in 2s. You can call in 3s.
I don't have any 2. I don't have any 2s.
I sent you the pharmacy for Amazon.
Thank you. I didn't hear. Oh, I don't have my internet pot up. Otherwise, I would have heard ding. Hey, listen, I got to go to words, but I didn't feel an earthquake yesterday. Did you guys?
Now, Greg and I felt something.
Dan, you're on the ground as much as anybody, whether it's in the operating room or in the examining room.
What time of day was it?
2 o'clock.
Supposedly at 2 o'clock.
When Greg and I were lifting the speakers down the stairs.
Yeah, I didn't feel nothing.
Did you it was like it was just a little rumble?
Did you hear it?
No.
I've never heard an earthquake. I've felt an earthquake.
Greg thought it was me because I'm fat. He thought it was me wrecking the stairs, but
thought the stairs were screaming.
We're creeping.
Yeah,
so he felt it.
Yeah. It wasn't just me.
Did you feel it? Magnitude 6.1 earthquake strikes off the northwest coast of Cuba, with reports of shaking felt as far north as Orlando. Stay tuned to Fox Weather for the latest. I'll do that next.
If you liked that segment, then you'll definitely like the new redesigned BubbaArmyHQ.com. Be back to the Bubba the Love Sponge show after this.
You're heavy-footed.
Yeah. I'm gonna start going with Amazon. Fuck Publix.
Yeah, you see that? Yeah, I mean it's.
I'm gonna send this to merch. I gotta send this to my fucking email. So let me, if Dan needs to print out a certain page, is he hooked up to the printer?
I believe so. He should be.
So if you need to print something, Dan.
Okay. Yeah, on that one. Okay.
Oh, really? There should be office in Cape Coral, huh? What's up, Uncle Rocky? Third Merchant, good morning. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, thumbs up. Facebook ads. Yeah, but you get a membership, though, right? Thing. And some of their stuff was more expensive than Walgreens. Oh, Dr. Dan, the insurance will pay for a fake testicle.
It will?
Yeah.
Every policy?
This guy's policy. He had cancer, and they gave him a fake testicle.
Okay, good.
Welcome to Fender Works, a full-service auto body repair and refinishing company located in Clearwater, Florida. From minor door dings to full collisions, they do it all. All of their repairs come with a lifetime warranty and satisfaction guarantee. They will beat any written estimate and will not lose a job over price. It's their honesty and down-to-earth approach that has separated them from the rest. They'll literally go out of their way to satisfy their customers. Go see Adam now for a free estimate, 727-542-6420 or FenderWorks.com, or go see their Fender Works Facebook page.
I apologize for interrupting your regular program.
Yo, Powerful. Hello.
Should hit these with everything we got, sir.
Living vicariously
through his bizarre world.
Imagine how much protein's in my body.
This is the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Thank you to everybody that listened to the replay, and because did you know our optimal, the largest period of time, or I should say the time of day that most people are watching our YouTube channel is between 4 and 9 p.m. Even more so than when we're live. I didn't even know that. I had to show Lummy. I'm like, Lummy, if we ever decide to do a later show, the people will be there. Because most people don't even watch it live. Most people catch it later that day. So as I was begging for people to subscribe and join our channel on YouTube so we could get that 144,000th subscriber, we hit it. We hit 144,000 last night. So thank you very much to everybody. If you're not subscribed or get a notification for the channel, then do so. It costs nothing. Now, that's different than a membership. Subscribing to the channel is free. And there's all those little, the subscribe button and the notification button and the bell or what have you is located right there on the main screen. You can't miss it. So please do so because, and then if you decide to become a member, then, Lummy, you have the benefits of things like you're able to chat, and then you're going to get members-only exclusive stuff available a day or two earlier, like my Break It Down Bubba series that I'm doing. That, I think, rolls out about 10:30 on Tuesday. There'll be a new one that rolls out today at 10:30, and then it becomes available to just the average public. I don't mean to just average you. I'm so sorry. But it becomes available to non-membership people, I think, on Wednesday, correct? Or the day after, day or two after.
Usually the day after.
Yeah. I'm also going to bring back the food review, Bubba's food review, but I'm going to, bless you, whoever that was. Was that Dan?
No, that was Macho.
With a sneeze? That powerful?
Oh, I mean,
oh my God. Now, when are we supposed to get the glass? Is that Thursday? Supposedly?
Supposedly, yes.
Oh, hold on. I asked you, and there was a really big hesitation there. Big hesitation.
Because I don't like putting my stamp on it unless I'm seeing the glass is here.
Lummy,
yes.
It's not your stamp, buddy. You're just giving me information that's been
given.
The
information that I was given
this
is that,
is not your project. You did not make everybody hold the phone and stop what we were doing to say that we needed to put tempered glass in there. That was Nick the gun guy. God bless his soul. Lasker did ask a pretty somewhat simple question. Why is the guy that deals in gun doing the glass? So anyway, I think Nick has told us that we could potentially be looking for our rack glass, if you will, Thursday.
Yes.
Okay. So maybe Friday we'll have it like
all
installed.
Up. Yes.
And which will help on and then can we? I texted Creatine Travis. I thought maybe yesterday he was going to bring us our remote control for that one mini split because I think for nearly a month now, or at least 3 weeks, that one poor mini split has not got a break.
No, it has not.
And I am very much air conditioning aggressive when it comes to turning it off, letting it just sit, and not letting the fan run, even though the compressor may not on. I'm a big believer on just turning them off. Keep one of these running when we're not here, but we have two in the back that we could alternate with, and we could give that one on the right a break, because it has not got a break. Poor little thing. I'm afraid we're going to burn it up. So I think that requires we're looking for a remote control, are we not?
Yes, we are.
Okay. Hopefully we can get into that. Get the remote control because we need it. So Creatine Travis, if you're listening, I mean, let me even if you if I got to drive to wherever Creatine Travis's place is.
I just messaged him again and see.
But make sure it comes across nicely.
Of course.
You don't want him. We don't want he's one of our little gems, if you will. I mean, what more do you need in Florida than air conditioning? Like you need a good doctor, you need a good lawyer, you need a good woman, you need a good friend, and you need a good AC guy. You really do.
That's it.
Like this probably is the most AC dependent state in the continental 48.
Oh, Mike said that he had to order it.
Okay, so going to be like a couple days or three weeks.
He's going to see if he can rush it.
Thank you, Creatine Travis. He doesn't like when you say miss.
I know, sorry.
Yeah, that was on you.
It was on me.
His name is Creatine Travis.
Yes, sorry.
All right, thanks, appreciate it. Oh, so anyway, I'm going to bring back the food review, but I'm not. I could do it via drive-through, but I'm going to do it potentially via sit-down, where I go to a restaurant, order something, Merch Crick's taping me. And then I, analyze everything from the service to the atmosphere to the food to the everything. Not just going through a drive-through and having LaQuica mad at me and gives me bad service. Or remember what was it? It was the Burger King. They were going to call the police on me.
Yeah, call the police.
Yeah, where we actually call the manager of the restaurant and ask them if we can tape. And, give them our platform numbers and all of our stats, see if they would, allow us to tape a food review in their restaurant. We probably have to ask permission. So it's going to be something we set up. But I'm going to try to start that next Thursday, and I have a restaurant in mind. I just got to make a few phone calls. So look for that to return.
All right, you guys still following us right now. We got that breaking news. We had an earthquake just offshore from the western side of Cuba, but it's been felt over 450 miles away.
Lummy felt it as he was carrying up Dr. Dan's Dimebag Darrell amp guitar stack. Him and New York Greg, 3 stories.
In Central Florida, it was a magnitude 6.1. 6.1 is a strong one. The good news, I can tell you this, there are no tsunami warnings, which is great news. But here's what it looked like. It was 2 p.m. Eastern time, right on the nose when it happened.
2 p.m.
Yep.
Magnitude 6.1. So let's get right down to it.
Let's get down to it, okay?
Let's go in the zone. Let's go back to
Let's go in the zone and get right down to it.
This is Geese. He's breaking it down.
This is somebody that's trying to make a bigger deal about a weather issue because there's no other weather going on in America. And so we got to break this down and get in the zone, if you will, on pretty much a nothing burger. I mean, you know, even Dan, if you look at the outer rings of where it may have been it barely covers a quarter of Cuba.
Mm-hmm.
Orlando, the Fox News station right there, and listen to their coverage.
Okay, this is the Orlando station.
As we continue to track this, getting an email from someone saying they felt it in the southernmost section of the villages. That's from Lauren Lewin sending us that. Gail Rivera in Kissimmee says she felt it, lives in the 3rd floor of an apartment.
You just email them and say, I felt it. Like, there's no credible person that's outside and has videotape of them experience it, and they're outside and
these guys all look like they're in college in their 20s.
This is a big nothing burger.
Do you know why we don't really feel those earthquakes though? It's because there's so much sand. It dampens the vibration, which is why even though there are earthquakes, in the Gulf of Mexico, we don't tend to feel them.
Yeah, because we're bordered.
We got so much sand.
Right.
The sand softens the vibration. So sometimes places like Puerto Rico, which are more like, a volcanic island, they'll feel it, but we don't.
And people don't realize how effective sand is at doing all kinds of things. Everything from dampening things to like when, F1 and NHRA, when you get off course and they want to slow you down before you hit the soft wall, a lot of times they'll have a huge sand pit.
Yep, sand traps slow you down.
And now that destroys your car. You're done.
For the day, it doesn't destroy your car permanently.
Well, no, you're going to have to take it completely down to the frame. You're going to have to probably maybe, blow it off or dip it or, it's going down to the frame because you got sand in every nook and cranny. The motors, probably got sand in it. And
I did that once at Sebring and went through sand and filled the car. Looked like a flower pot.
Yeah,
it had
and
so much stuff in it.
How much time did it take for your crew? I mean, Terry from Preferred Automotive.
It's a couple of weeks
to get it, desanded.
A couple.
And I'm guarantee you had to go through every wheel bearing. Everything.
It's expensive.
So,
it's just sand. He goes, no, it's not just sand.
Dan might have, Dan the most. How would I portray Dan?
Handsome man on earth?
Well, yes, probably the richest, the most well-hung and handsome of the show, yes. I wasn't going to go on earth. I was just going to, fragment it down to our 5 or 7 little people that we have here. But Dan would probably be the most upset with this. And I don't think it's that big of a deal. And here's the story. So this teacher, this is a teacher. Her name's Abigail Freeman, and she's a teacher and a coach. So I'm assuming she coaches maybe some type of girls sport or cheerleading or flag or dance or softball or track or volleyball or something. I don't know what.
Voodoo, something.
I don't know. Yeah, she teaches voodoo.
She's a voodoo coach.
Hi, I'm the head voodoo teacher at Boswell, home of the Pioneers.
Yeah, we're gonna make a doll about you and poke it with.
She's
stab
it. This woman here, Abigail, she's lesbian. Okay. And
she's assistant coach for the high school boys golf team.
Okay.
Really?
There you go.
Golf coach.
You don't have to worry about her sleeping with any of the dudes because she's lesbian.
No. Mm-hmm.
So
what happened in my golf club? Oh, she got it.
Wow. Miss Freeman's in the bathroom with your Big Bertha going crazy.
Look at that grip.
Yeah. So I don't think the grip would satisfy Miss Freeman. I think she has to go for the club head. Watch the club head disappear. So she's lesbian. And I guess that, as we're getting this, probably was maybe the last couple days of school. And, there's really not a lot of assignments and things like that. They're just during their babysitting.
The last couple weeks of school is the worst, man. Right. You can't think, you can't talk, you can't do nothing. You're just buying time.
Because they really don't want you to do any long-form learning where it takes a couple weeks and then you got a quiz and then you got a test.
No.
Usually formatically it went with the way it went with us. The teacher would teach us something like a chapter. Let's just say history. And we're going to, learn about, the Revolutionary War or whatever. Your teacher, we spend like a week going through it. And then within the week, you might have a couple little quizzes, on it. And then you'd have a long form test about it. And, that all in probably takes a week or so.
Luke Dennison, $50.
But, towards the last part of school, our teachers would just kind of hang out, be like, hey, just kind of read and whatever, and you kind of get in little sleeper cells with a couple of your buddies, and the teacher would tell you, as long as you guys aren't being disruptive, you guys can talk and do your homework in other classes. And
especially if you're like a senior or 8th grade, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
They make that last few weeks pretty easy for you.
Yes, exactly. So this woman...
And you've earned it.
And yeah, exactly. And so this woman, I guess, there's that type of situation in her class where, there's really not a lot to do, and she somehow, way, shapes, or forms, and the story will tell it, but I'm just giving you the backstory, is it comes up that she's lesbian.
Wow.
And so...
Did she get those glasses from Jay?
No, I think that... You're just lucky Jay doesn't listen this early. Those one glasses he had on, though, and you know that I always... And you know, Dan, I can always pick on you more than I can him, but I had to. I just had to. I was like, Jay, you got to burn a timeout with these glasses, my friend. Usually, you're the most, felt when it comes to being smooth and, having the newest Hugo Boss and whatever.
They were right out of a movie.
Where did you buy those at?
Yeah, it was bad.
I guarantee you when your wife sees them, she's going to say the same thing we are. Get those things off, nerd boy.
Yeah, Mr. Magoo called.
Yeah, so anyway, somehow, way, shape, or form, it comes out that she's lesbian and that she has a wife or a husband. I don't know, a wife.
A partner.
A wife. I think she calls it her wife, and that they have a child. Okay. And she shows pictures to, I guess, a couple of the kids were have never really seen a woman that's a lesbian that has a wife and has children. So probably
they're in Texas.
And they're in
Texas.
Texas.
Chicago.
No, this is Texas, very conservative.
Right.
And so a couple of the girls go, oh, can we see pictures of your family? And she shows pictures of her, I think maybe wife and maybe child. And there was 3 or 4 of them at her desk, and she was and they were oh my God, up until you, I've never, seen this. Well, I don't have a problem with that. She's not teaching it as part of the curriculum. She's not being weird or sexual or just weird about it. She's not trying to portray her belief on anybody else. It just came up through conversation. Now,
and they weren't lewd pictures her and her partner sharing a double-ended.
No, they weren't doing a double-headed
popsicle
Willie.
stick.
No, they were just, So I don't know if she got in trouble or if she got suspended or not, but in the way she explains the story, if it came back to me and I was a dad that had a daughter or even son in this particular class, in this particular setting with this particular issue, I don't think I would have a problem with it. But let it play, and then Dan, I'd like your ruling on it, okay?
Sure.
I am a lesbian high school math teacher living in Texas. We have 5 days left of school, and today when we were done with our test review, we were just talking in class, and it came up that I had a wife. I had kids immediately lay their head down. They don't care about my life, and that's fine. And then I had a few kids who ran to my desk and demand to see pictures of my wife. I don't get to do this often. It is very frowned upon in Texas, unfortunately, but when I do, like today, I had a girl tell me I'm a role model because I'm the first person in her life to show that this lifestyle can be happy, healthy, and normalized.
So I don't know.
I am a lesbian high school math.
I don't know. Hold on. Let me just read it. Meet Abigail Freeman, a math teacher and coach at Boswell, whatever, in Texas. She posted a TikTok online about how she came out to her students and discussed her lesbian relationship to normalize it with children. Any comments? And then I guess, a lot of people are very, very critical of this, and some people have called for her firing and all this kind of stuff because it should not be taught in school, in which I agree. It probably shouldn't, but the way she explained it, and this is just my call, and I'm going to go around everybody's opinion here, and starting with Dan, ending with Lummy, and that is like in the way that she explained it, if it happened in that type of innocent manner, I think that she, in the most classy type way, explained it. It was kids that wanted to participate in the conversation. She said a large portion of the kids just laid their head down on their desk and took a nap because they don't care about her personal life. And a handful of kids asked her more questions. She showed pictures of her wife. I'm assuming they were not lewd. I'm assuming that they were just, a picture of her wife. I'm going to start it out by saying I don't have a problem with it. Dan, over to you.
I mean, I don't really have a big problem with it. It's not like she was teaching as part of the curriculum. She was just talking about her personal life. I mean, teachers talk about their personal lives all the time, whether it's their husband, their father, their kids, their aunt, their sister. I mean, we get it all the time. And she's not, again, making a mockery of it.
No, and
she's not a clown.
No.
She's not like an 80-year-old with giant breasts that's a guy trying to pull off a girl.
Which, by the way, our next story is one of those.
But she's just a nice, normal person
right,
who's talking about her life. And I don't know if it's normalizing it as much as it is. And you could argue it's enriching the students because they're getting exposed to something they hadn't been exposed to before.
And she wasn't pushing it on them.
No one's saying the priest isn't saying this is okay.
No.
The principal is not saying this is okay. This girl is saying this is my happiness. And so one of the things that pisses me off the most is, you have all kinds of comments on me and my conservative views. They're not that conservative. And one thing that I am consistent on is I give people the chance to tell me their views, and I listen to it, and I accept it as that is their view. And what's frustrating is that sometimes people on the other side demand tolerance unless you disagree with them, and then they don't tolerate you.
Well, I thought, if this topic was to be broached in class or be talked about or somehow come up, that you couldn't have handled it any more classier than she did.
And she's cute about it.
Right.
She was pleasant. She wasn't intimidating. She wasn't like militant about it. Like you will accept my wife. I mean, it was fresh.
I don't have a problem with it.
My only problem
if Sophia came back and said that did it happen, and then there's a TikTok video of the teacher explaining how it went down, I don't think you or Ramita would have a problem with it.
No, and there's lesbian teachers in her school. They all know it. No one cares. The teacher that got in trouble was the teacher that had this alter ego as a clown and was making videos mocking Christianity.
Right.
That dumbass got fired.
As he should. Go ahead, Lummy. What do you think, Lummy?
My only problem with this is that you would have never known if she didn't go on and tell her story.
Well, yes.
I mean, that's why
you wouldn't get very far with her.
Huh?
You wouldn't get very far with her.
No, what I'm saying is that none of the students made a big deal about it, and the school didn't make a big deal about it.
No, I know that, and so she obviously, Lummy, wants to get a few, go a little viral and get some clicks and and build awareness up for a pro-lesbian type deal because lesbians, never get. Let's not forget in the whole acronym of the LBGTQ 19er, 49er, 59er plus, zebra, that lesbians are the very first one, right?
Yeah.
So, lesbians.
That's because they can't just call it BLTGQ.
I don't know what that,
Same numbers, just rearranged. Same letters.
I mean, yeah, but what I'm saying is all too often lesbians aren't getting a W with regards to being able to tell their story in class in a classy type way. So she's probably trying to, championing her lesbian sisters, if you will. And, I think that if, again, your teacher's personal life probably is in play to an extent where teachers talk about their kids and their husbands and their significant other. And if it's done in a classy way like this, now you're right, Lummy, she did make it public and it was not a public situation. I understand that. You could be upset with that.
No, I'm not really upset. I'm just saying if she's getting backlash, I mean, you know how trolls are.
But it's like a gateway, Bubba, it's just as ridiculous as when 30 years ago people were like, marijuana is a gateway drug. If you smoke pot, you're going to be like injecting fentanyl any day.
Yeah.
And being a lesbian is not like a gateway lifestyle to go into this weird alternative, world of sexual deviance. Lesbians have been around since the dawn of time.
Right. They just, now are more accepted than ever, as they should be.
And they are sort of the gateway into that alternative lifestyle because it's the one thing that most people are like, I'm cool with lesbians.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, I don't know a lot of guys or women that are like, oh my God, freaking lesbians, they're a problem.
No, here's the thing about lesbians.
No one's got a problem with lesbians.
Here's the thing about lesbians. They instantaneously get the male support.
Oh, guys have no problem with it.
There's no other person, and I'm sorry if you identify as one of the other acronyms, LGBTQ, I'm sorry if you're somebody other than an L, but maybe there's a reason why L is first is because for the most part, man, L's are cool, and L's don't get near the backlash that the other letters get. For whatever reason. And the one reason is because men, most heterosexual, hell, even homosexual men, bisexual men, don't have a problem with lesbians. And I think
they're friends. They all get along. They celebrate. They party. Yeah, exactly.
In fact, some of the hottest lesbians hang out with bisexual or gay men because they don't pose a threat to them. They're not trying to sleep with them. Mm-hmm. But heterosexual men are like, hey, that girl's a lesbian, but I bet you she still likes the D. I think
that's every guy's fantasy is that that they can turn a lesbian back into being heterosexual,
right. Or that you can maybe join her and her wife taking it around the farm gimmick. So with regards to that, I can understand Texas is super conservative, but I wouldn't have a problem with it. And if there's a classy way for a teacher to be able to explain to a few people in her class that wanted to know what her sexuality is, I think that that's about as classy as you can get. And I hope that the Roswell or whatever the hell Texas conservative high school doesn't fire her or make an example out of her, because I don't think that
if she gets fired, that's because she's the one who told on herself.
No, I know, but I just hope that they don't. When I return, this will probably we're all going through the Hogan doc right now. This kind of got thrown into our laps yesterday when Brooke called, and we were we just decided to make yesterday's show pretty much a deep dive into the Hogan deal, but we're further dissecting it even more. And the more that I look at it, the more I'm like, man, this all starts and stops with the Sixth Circuit or with the medical examiner, which I think is I don't know if it's a circuit or how they're described. I need to get into I have the PDF here. But this all would have not been a thing had the medical examiner done their job. And I just don't understand. Yes, the medical examiner has some state statutes that make them have to, the investigators from the District 6 Medical Examiner's Office, within the rules of autopsy, there are mitigating circumstances where you have to do an autopsy, and then there's administrative code
discretion,
11G2.003 in Chapter 406 of the Florida State Statute established the legal framework of a state medical examiner system. Together, they govern how, when, and whom investigation and autopsies are conducted to determine the cause of manner of death. And if you have the most famous person ever to die in Pinellas County, now, the District 6 Medical Examiner's Office, I don't know if that's a I don't know if that's a city assignment or that's a county jurisdiction. I don't know. I don't know what District 6, maybe you can look up District 6 Medical Examination Officers, jurisdiction. Where within Is it all Pinellas County?
It's Pinellas County, yeah.
So it's Pinellas County.
Yes.
So one of the excuses.
Pinellas and Pasco.
So one of the excuses that they gave Brooke, and I talked to Brooke privately, was they didn't want to cost the taxpayers additional money for an extensive autopsy. That is absolute horse shiz. I don't know what the dead cost of an autopsy is. But if
the guy's there.
But if
the guy's there, it's his job.
Right.
He's just sitting there. It's like a toll booth guy. It's like, he's there. Whether or not there's a car comes by and gives him a quarter, he's still there. Do something, dude. You can like flip through your old medical records and your Instagram, or you can do some freaking work and do a goddamn autopsy on someone that's got weird circumstances, that's dying younger than he should have died, that came out of nowhere. That, like you said, Bubba, is probably the most important, famous person to come out of Clearwater ever. And people are wondering. People are like, what? Something's wrong. Something's not right. He was talking 10 minutes ago, and now he's dead? What the F happened?
Brooke talked to the nurse.
$1,000 is what the autopsy cost.
$1,000. Are you kidding me?
Yeah,
You're
shameful.
going to save the taxpayers of Pinellas County. Can you do a Google search on how many paying tax, how many people that pay taxes that reside in Pinellas and Pasco counties?
Yeah, and it looks like District 6 budget is $3 to $4 million annually.
Okay, so they $3 to $4 million.
Yes.
So 1/4, not even. It's less than 1/4%.
So $1,000 for an autopsy.
Yes.
And we wouldn't be having this conversation right now as to how, who, when, where, why Hulk Hogan died. We wouldn't be having any question as to who was alone with him in his room. And while the two nurses went to the bathroom, Sky was with him exclusively by himself, and she then all of a sudden found out that he wasn't breathing. Now, I've also been told, and listen, I'm not going to sit here and try to hide it. Most of my information comes from Brooke. I am talking to a private investigator right now that's on this case, and I am talking to currently a firefighter that was part of this as well. So I have 3-4 different sources. My sources are saying that he did have ports. He did have 2 medical ports. One in his lower leg, and one near his abdomen. And so he was ported.
760 and change on how many taxpayers
are in
those two counties.
If you just do the math, 1,000 divided by 760,000?
About that, yeah.
760,000. That means it costs every taxpayer 0.0013 of a cent to do an autopsy. Not even 1 cent. There's 2 zeros in front of that. 0.00131 is how much it costs every taxpayer for the medical examiner in the 6th district to do an autopsy.
Now, if they do have to do a real extensive one, the cost does go to $1,600.
Okay. Dan, why aren't people asking him? The reason why this is a cover-up.
Sounds like it.
This is a cover-up. And there's private investigators that are working at it. There are firefighters that are talking. The nurse is talking. And this is solely, it starts with the medical examiner, and it ends with the city of Clearwater Police Department. And all of whoever they're trying to take care of, or who they're trying to insulate, or who did what. And maybe it didn't go down erroneously. Maybe he died exactly the way they said he did. Then there's 2 sides to that fence. Then show us the videotape, redact the medications, and let us see that he died of natural causes. It goes both ways. Not only does you opening up this investigation, potentially show us who's doing what in a shady type way, but it also could validate that nobody did anything wrong and that he died as they said he did. But when you start playing, when you start playing around and redacting things and not doing autopsies and doing quickie cremations and things like that, what are you going to think when you have the most popular person in the history to die in your county and or city? And then read the 72-page PDF. It's chock full of inconsistencies. I don't fundamentally understand, Dan, how they don't do a blood draw while en route in the ambulance. Why they don't do a blood?
They had to have. They had to have, man.
I
know they say they didn't, but they had to have. It's basic operating procedure.
We'll start getting into more of this next.
Bubba the Love Sponge? Hell yeah.
I love them all, man. They're all great.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show returns after these words.
Miracle of modern technology. We're back to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Jay, in about an hour. I don't know if I should maybe get into this, Lummy, or should we continue the breaking it down, the Hogan death deal, close that out, and then go to this later. I'm thinking we probably, just for seamless purposes, maybe should stick with the Hogan stuff.
I didn't know if you wanted to have Jay involved in it.
Yeah, you know what? Yeah, this also gives Jay an opportunity to look at it a little bit before we go on. So, yeah, you know what? Let's shelve this until Jay gets here. It also gives us some time to make some notes on the 72 pages. I want to know, Dan, let me and see if you can find it for me, because I like to. It is very efficiently numbered. You can go to the pages here on the left, and you can really look up a page fairly quickly. Like, I was enamored with pages like 64, 5, and 6 yesterday, but I want to know where within this, and it's not anything that we need to find until Jay gets here. So we're about an hour and 10 away, and it gives us some opportunity to, during the hot mic, although we may not be very entertaining during the hot mic and very talkative and very interactive with the fans and or the chat, because we're all trying to take various copious notes down on various pieces of the 72-page investigation that Clearwater, I think, released late Friday to basically close the Hulk Hogan potential wrongful death gimmick, and cover their ass. There's a lot of, I wouldn't say lying in here. There's just a lot of non-procedural type. It's chocked full of inconsistencies, where people that have our mindset thinking that there's something that went something's not right here. There's a bad guy in the woodpile.
You mean how his wife didn't remember if she gave him medication in the morning and the night before?
Right.
How all of a sudden now she doesn't remember any of the medication?
Yes.
For a whole day?
Bollea was necessarily, Sky Bollea was necessarily to clarify whether she was provided medication to Terry Bollea on the day of his death. On the day of his death, I asked Miss Bollea if she recalled what medications her husband had taken. However, at the time, she did not. Later in November of that year, during an interview with home health aide Dana Swinton advised that she believed, although not sure, that Miss Bollea had given Hulk Hogan his morning medications on the day of his death.
But how do you not remember you gave him the nightly one if you're the one giving him his medication?
3 weeks ago, I made contact with Miss Bollea in an effort to clarify whether she'd given Mr. Bollea his medication. She advised that she was not sure if she'd actually given his morning medications the day he died. She went on to explain that the routine changed slightly from day to day, blah, blah, blah. So, wouldn't the potential living room surveillance that they supposedly reviewed show you if he's recliner bound at that time, which he was? He was sleeping in his recliner. That's where he felt most comfortable. And if he's in his recliner, and she who brought him his yogurt? Because ritually, I've read in this report where he ate his medication after his yogurt, or something to do with his yogurt. It was either
before or after.
But his yogurt, he ate his yogurt that morning. So couldn't you look at the surveillance and say, okay, there's his yogurt, okay, there's his medication, and it looks like, okay, somebody's giving it to him.
So, in the 36th page of the 72-page document,
looks like we're going to get into this a little bit, but we'll also wait for J2. Yes, Joe.
Okay, well, they were reviewing the video, and the video shows the nurse Swinton giving him yogurt and him eating it.
Yogurt, yes, yogurt.
Mm-hmm.
But where is the medication?
Well, the medication.
So, I don't think within these 72 pages that they actually say
show him taking the medication
with respect to watching the surveillance that supposedly was provided by the family a long time after his death. which could have been doctored, could have been deleted. I don't know that there's anywhere that it states in these 72 pages that this particular person gave him his medication. We talk about the yogurt, and there's testimony in here that's saying that, he ate his medications either right before or right after his yogurt. So if we have surveillance of him getting his yogurt, where are the pills? Who gave the pills to him? Right? But nobody talks about that. So there's just so many things, and then the amount of time. And then it seems to me that, like, in my opinion, Bollea, they kind of relied on her to navigate through the treacherous waters of this particular situation, and they didn't take control. They allowed her guidance to say when and where and how to do things, including but not limited to the day that he died. The medical examiner called her and said, "Do you want an autopsy?" And she said no. Well, I mean, who makes her the boss?
She's the executive of the state.
I understand that.
So she is the boss. Once he dies, she becomes the boss.
So,
at least of decisions made on his behalf. So she's not the boss, in the sense like if law enforcement comes in and says we're going to do A, B, and C, she can't stop that. But when it comes to discretionary things, she's in charge.
Which, by the way, talking about they go to the bathroom, if you look at what Dr. Dan was saying on page 34 when they're watching the video, the one male nurse is trying to take his blood pressure, and then his wife gets up and presses on his chest, and that's when they know he's not breathing anymore.
That was a weird sentence.
Yeah.
That was a weird, awkward sentence. Like, why is he taking his blood pressure if he sees he's not breathing?
But he didn't know he wasn't breathing. It took her to realize it, which is even
He's an
weirder.
occupational therapist. He's not even...
The times listed below are seen on footage and are not the accurate time. Smith was able to locate the video where Mr. Bollea is first seen at approximately 5:40 in the morning. Miss Swinton can be seen pushing Mr. Bollea from behind the camera view in a wheelchair. Mr. Bollea's arms and head can be seen moving at this time. Swinton moves Mr. Bollea into a chair and places him next to a recliner. Okay, in a chair and places him next to a recliner. So, Dan, am I assuming that he's in a chair by the recliner?
Yeah.
Okay. She then moves a walker in front of Mr. Bollea and eventually assists him to his feet with the assistance of a walker. Miss Swinton's assistant, Mr. Bollea, Hulk, takes a series of small steps and turns and sits back into the recliner. It appears as though Swinton forgot to place the cushion underneath Mr. Bollea, so she began assisting him to his feet with help of the walker, places the cushion underneath his buttocks, and he then again sits in the recliner. Miss Swinton, here let me actually put this on camera.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry for not having that. So sorry, everybody. You need to read along with this as well as me. Miss Swinton then lifts Mr. Bollea's legs up and places a large wedge-shaped booster, propping his legs up and reclining the rear of the chair slightly. At approximately 5:50, 10 till 6 a.m. Eastern, Swinton goes on to the kitchen and retrieves what appears to be a yogurt and a container of berries from the refrigerator. Before taking them over to Mr. Bollea, he is seated in a chair. At approximately 5:52, Swinton hands Bollea the yogurt and shakes it up he shakes it up for a short period of time. Swinton then passes him a spoon and he proceeds to eat the yogurt on his own. At approximately 5:55, Miss Bollea is seen on camera for the first time. Miss Bollea walks into the living room and moves the wheelchair from next to the recliner where Swinton had left it earlier. Miss Bollea and Swinton both appear to move around the room, and Swinton can be seen assisting Mr. Bollea and utilizing a urinal. So he had to pee.
Wow.
For the next approximately 2 hours, Mr. Bollea can be seen watching television in the recliner. Mr. Bollea is never alone in the room, and no individuals appear to make physical contact with him for any duration.
For the duration. So that means that no one's giving him medicine at the time.
At this point, they're saying no medicine, no touching, nothing.
No one accessing the catheters.
At approximately 7:50, 2 hours later, actually an hour and 55 minutes later, Mr. McCamey is seen on camera entering the residence. So the occupational therapist, this guy comes at 10 till 8. McCamey and Swinton can be seen speaking for several minutes, during which time McCamey appears to look at his tablet multiple times. McCamey then walks over to the recliner in which Mr. Bollea is seated, and after a few minutes places a blood pressure cuff around his arm. At this point, Mr. Hogan is seated on the backrest of the couch next to the
No, that's Sky.
Oh, I'm sorry, Miss Sky. Sky is actually sitting on the couch next to the recliner. McCamey appears to begin to take Mr. Bollea's blood pressure. At approximately 8:08, McCamey continues to take a blood pressure. Sky quickly stands up and walks over to Mr. Bollea. She then places a hand on his chest and appears to notice that he's not breathing. Mr. Bollea immediately takes out her phone and appears to make a phone call. This corresponds with the 911 call received by Pinellas County. Simultaneously, McCamey can be seen attempting to check to see if Mr. Bollea is breathing and removes the large wedge cushion under his legs. Miss Bollea, Sky, then places her ear to Hogan's chest and appears to attempt to perform chest compressions on him while still in the chair. At 8:11, McCamey and Swinton attempt to move Mr. Bollea to the ground. They can be seen moving the upper portion of his body initially, blah, 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 blah. And then fire and rescue personnel are there by 8:16. So it looks like he stopped breathing at what? So at 8:08, he's still alive because McCamey's trying to get blood pressure.
Well, it's also, maybe he's not alive at 8:08. Maybe he's alive at 8:06 and 8:08 when he's, attempting to take the blood pressure. At the same time, she's already seeing that he's not breathing. So somewhere between 8:05 and 8:08 is when he stopped.
Well, and what about the morning medication? Because that is part of this case where they list the morning medication. When was the morning medication administered?
There's another inconsistency here, Bubba.
Please help me.
And that was, I thought, when he got there, he and, McCamey and Swinton went to the bathroom.
Yeah, there's no bathroom.
There's no bathroom in this video.
No.
There's no, they're leaving to go to the bathroom. It's just...
Actually, the inconsistency states when Miss Sky was alone with him in one of the reports. So this is a report based on a detective watching the video, right, Dan? And this is actually it will.
It's a narration of a video,
it
essentially.
Actually will tell you who did it. If you look at it here, it tells you Clearwater Investigative Supplement Report CW 25118041-/16.
Mm-hmm. It was done by Daniel Justin Bieber.
It was done by Detective Daniel Bieber. Also, Rob. I guess it tells him what
his Clearwater robbery homicide detective.
Approved by Sergeant Michelle Mahoney, and those are the two people that watched this surveillance and came up with this synopsis.
Well, with you not knowing, Dr. Dan, also the medication, it's probably hard to say because she says she doesn't remember. If you go to page 67, she doesn't remember if she gave him the medication on the night before. So realistically, do they even know when he got his medication last?
Well, here's the deal.
Or if they stopped giving him medication?
Page 67. You mean 66?
No, 67.
That's 67 right there.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
The photograph of the above medications was uploaded to evidence.com. I also asked Sky Bollea if she recalled if Mr. Bollea had received his nightly medication on the night preceding his death. She said that she was unsure. But the night medication, which has been redacted, and the morning medication, which has been redacted, potentially are in play with regards to why he stopped breathing. Now, Dan, you as a doctor would certainly want to know what that medication is. Because most of deaths involving opioids are because they simply quietly stopped and very, very, not in a violent type way, you just stop breathing.
Yes, because opioids destroy your reflex, your CO2 reflex. So normally when your CO2 goes up, your body knows to breathe. But with narcotics on board, you lose that reflex. So people just literally forget to breathe.
As Dan was stating earlier, we have seen testimony where, and it's sworn testimony, and it's part of the report, the Clearwater Police Department 72-page. There's Everybody's cleared. There was no wrongdoing. There's nothing to see here. Their report, where it states in one report, it states, we probably need to look in the final report, which I think pages 70 through 72, and that is in the final report. Does it state that Sky was with him alone for a period of time? The two nurses were in the bathroom preparing probably for him to take a shower or preparing something in the bathroom related to his care. And they came back to find Sky freaking out that he wasn't breathing. Now, in the footage surveillance that was reviewed by a detective, and the testimony is written here, sworn testimony, there's no mention of the nurses being in the bathroom for any extended time at all. And in fact, Hogan, it was discovered that Hogan wasn't breathing through Sky saying she didn't see his chest moving up and down, and the guy at 808 trying to get blood pressure from Hogan. At that point, they discovered he wasn't breathing, and that's when they literally called 911 and reported as such. Now, were they in the bathroom? Were they not in the bathroom? Where is that coming from? Because that's in play. And when did they give him his medications? Because that's in play too. I'm going to go, we'll just keep digging on this.
All right.
Try to find me, and I'm going to, during the break, try to maybe go to the synopsis.
Yeah, it's in page 71.
So, Dan, we got a report from when a detective reviewed the surveillance, no mention of anybody leaving the room at all, and no mention of his morning medication. Now, am I assuming that it wasn't on that tape that he watched?
The administration of the meds? Yeah, it can't be. I mean, it wasn't on the part that he watched because they never mentioned it.
Right. So where are they coming up with that? Where are they coming up with the two nurses were in the bathroom when Sky discovered he wasn't breathing? And then the other portion is when did or who gave them or at what time did he get his morning medication? Because the surveillance starts at literally, 5:50 in the morning and goes clear till the EMS personnel got there at 8:16.
It looks like from page 71, they're getting their information from the nurse that they went to the bathroom.
Okay, so now you have conflicting reports, Dan. You got her.
Wasn't it weird the nurse was unable to be found?
Yeah, the nurse is unable to be found.
The nurses are found now.
No. McCamey is not been.
No, but they went to the nurse's house twice and she wasn't there.
Both nurses are found.
They're back.
The person I spoke to yesterday talked to both of them.
Yeah, so in page 71 that you gave me, we'll start breaking that down. Is that where the inconsistencies start, Lummy?
Well, yeah, especially off the surveillance cameras.
So is their report different from the surveillance?
Yeah, Miss Swinton reported she and Mr. Cammy went to the bathroom to set up the scheduled therapy, and shortly after returning, Mr. Cammy went to check Mr. Bollea's vital signs and discovered he was pulseless.
So hold on now. Fundamentally, if you have a nurse that can't keep her story straight or his story straight, and they were in the bathroom, but they weren't in the bathroom, they said they were in the bathroom, but they weren't in the bathroom, then, and the detective who reviewed the footage shows that they never were in the bathroom, what does that say? I mean, why would you lie about that? Why would you lie that you were in the bathroom when he stopped breathing and came out and saw Sky freaking out that he wasn't breathing, and at that point you started chest compressions and called 911, or Sky did, and then there's another report when the cops did this investigation prior to looking at the surveillance that you said you were in the bathroom when you never were in the bathroom according to the surveillance, which at the end of the day, you got to go with the surveillance as the gospel, unless it's been edited. But I don't think that they would. I think that they would know that. So it's kind of kabuki, is it not? Yeah. Can't get your toy. I mean, there's only 3 people that were in this room: Sky, McCamey, and Swinton. And if McCamey and Swinton are not sure if they went to the bathroom or they did go to the bathroom, but the surveillance says that they didn't go to the bathroom. Maybe they're using whatever they did do as an excuse to be into the bathroom. Like, I don't know. I mean, I'm not trying to make something out of nothing, but that's a pretty big, it's kind of a big thing, ain't it?
Yeah, and also, when they went in at first, what was Bollea doing? I mean, was he wide awake? Was everything fine? And then they went to the bathroom and came back 2 minutes later, and he was not breathing.
But they
that
didn't
doesn't
go.
make any sense.
But Dan, they didn't go to the bathroom according to the surveillance.
It doesn't seem like they did.
But they say they did. Here it is. McCamey reported that after he and Miss Switten had gone to the bathroom to set up the room for scheduled therapy, Mr. McCamey then attempted to take vital signs on Mr. Bollea. Mr. McCamey stated that he did not feel a pulse. Called a supervisor before they went on to move him to the ground. This is the time where he supposedly, on the surveillance tape, said that he never went to the bathroom. And at 8:08, he started administering a blood pressure cuff to try to find, to get Hogan's blood pressure. At that time, had he gone to the bathroom, the surveillance would have said he went to the bathroom. He didn't. Why is he saying that he did? Why is he saying that not only he did, but she did? We'll get into all that next.
Bubba the Love Sponge. I listen to Bubba every day.
I just really enjoy the outrageousness of it.
We love him. Couldn't do without him.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show returns after these words.
All right, Lemmy. Swinton saying she got there at 7, but didn't they say that she was there? What page was Dan looking at?
5:50 a.m.
Yeah, at 34?
Yeah.
Was it 34, Danny?
Page 37.
37.
Wait. No, not 37.
I know it was up a little bit more.
No, it's more. It's 35. Page 35. And 36.
Oh, it does say, though, that the times on the video appear to be 1 hour and 42 minutes behind real time. Which, what the fuck? Like, so.
Yeah, 5:50.
All right, so here it says approximately at 5:50. So if you add an hour and 42 to that, that makes it
7:30.
7:30. She said she got there at 8.
And the video doesn't show them leaving to go to the bathroom together.
No.
According to the narration. I don't know what the video actually shows, but it was narrated.
So Johnny K.
At 5:40. So that would make it, if you add an hour, all right, so that's page 36. And then what do I want? Page 71, I think. $7. So that makes sense.
What's up, Uncle Rocky?
So we might be done with this by the time Jay comes in, but Jay might be able to backfill if he has, we'll ask Jay what he...
Yeah. Get his opinion on it.
Ladies, it's his day. Time to make him happy. Give your father what he really wants for Father's Day. A new box. You know he is fed up with it. Streaming services that are nickel and diming him every month, not getting what he wants when he wants it. With Get a Box, you buy it once and enjoy entertainment without any monthly subscription fees. Watch the channels you love, the biggest games, and incredible movies and shows, all from one easy-to-use device. Simply connect your box to your home Wi-Fi, plug it into your TV, and you're ready to go in minutes. With Get a Box, you buy it once and enjoy entertainment without monthly subscription fees. For a limited time, just dad or that new grad, visit getabox.com and use promo code BUBBA to save $40 on any box. That's promo code BUBBA for $40 off. Getabox.com. Every channel, every game, every movie ever made.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show, listener supported via PayPal, Venmo, and Cash App, all at the Bubba Army, now returns.
You got a business clean out, or you just want a deep clean of your house, including like your refrigerator, baseboards, windows, it doesn't matter. Spot, that's S-P-O-T, and Rosa is the main chick there, the main person. SpotCleaningservice.com. They have a great interactive website. You can get an estimate right there. They absolutely did one of the biggest favors for me ever. And that's getting the Nassau Street Studios ready to hand back to the landlord so they can market it, knock it down, sell it for the dirt, whatever they're going to do. It's going to be very clean. Thank you, Rosa, and your crew. SpotCleaningservice.com. So I think it was page 3436. Dan so brilliantly found the detective Bieber, Daniel Bieber, of the Clearwater Police Department, went through the surveillance of these events that morning, that fatal morning on, was it July 24th, 2025? I think that's, yeah. So forget. We lost Hogan at approximately 11:17 Eastern on July 24th, 2025. Within the surveillance that this Detective Bieber analyzed and did at this point, Dan, I'm assuming when a police officer, or even more importantly, a detective, is investigating a case, that their reports are sworn, they're sworn to these reports, right? I mean,
the officer is swearing to the validity of the report, yes. But the people he's interviewing aren't taking an oath. No. I'm not saying the people that he interviews. I'm talking about his findings and his investigation synopsis or whatever. That's supposed to be an officer. I mean, an officer. Yeah, it's supposed to be a good faith, accurate.
Right. So within that officer's report, this isn't somebody else account. This is a detective within the Clearwater Police Department, Daniel Bieber. He states that never and now he at this point he is investigating and watching with due diligence the actual home surveillance of Hogan's living room where Hogan was the entire time and ultimately took his last breath. And according to that report, which we just read in detail before going into words, and that was that the three people, Mr. McCamey, who's an occupational therapist, Miss what's her name?
Swinton.
Miss Swinton, who is a home health care nurse.
She's like a nursing assistant, home nursing assistant. And then Sky Bollea were the three people in the room, and his testimony was, or his report states that nobody ever left the room. There was no mention of anybody going to the bathroom. No visual evidence mentioned of anyone going to the bathroom.
Nowhere to be found. Mm-hmm. Nowhere to be found.
Which seems important.
Which not even Dan, Miss Swinton and Mr. McCamey appeared off camera for approximately, 4 minutes.
Right, I didn't see that.
No, it's not in there. We've read it. I've read it 36 times. No, at that point you'd be able to say, okay, although the hallway doesn't show them walking down the hallway into the restroom. Most people don't have most home surveillances don't have the restroom. I think it's actually illegal to put surveillance in your bathroom. I think it is.
Is it really?
Yeah, I think it is. Trust me. I know surveillance rules. I know surveillance, my friend, to the point of getting me in trouble. So that being said, not even had they appeared off camera for a certain amount of time, which would kind of corroborate their testimony as to, they left, set up the bathroom, and I'm assuming that is probably he was going to, maybe bathe him or sponge bath him or, clean him in some way, shape, or form. So that requires you to go in there and set up the stuff, setting up the bathroom for, a man of Hogan's size. You got to set it up. Never.
Without exaggerating, Bubba, he was what 6'4", and about how much weight?
Probably 265. He was
That's
really
a lot of person to move.
Yeah, but that was way less than he used to. I mean, he was.
Was he over 300 at one point?
Oh yeah, exactly.
Oh, was he?
320, 325.
Accurately, that's not like
no.
That's not putting
he was
thumb on the scale.
When he was dialed, I know he was 269, 270 when he wrestled The Rock for WrestleMania 18 in Toronto. 270. So
it's huge.
So sick, and he was continuing.
So even sick, he's still 200 plus.
Yes.
240, 230.
So we just went through the fact that these two nurses, or the occupational therapist and the home health care nurse, Miss Swinton and Mr. McCamey, respectfully, that there's no mention of the people that the sworn police officer, the detective, if you will, Daniel Bieber, there's no mention of them ever leaving the room, ever. And they go on, so it says this is their final report. This is 72 pages long, and they start on page 69, kind of wrapping up, giving their final synopsis as to what happened.
The summary.
Yes, the summary. And then again, Dan, this is from a police department that would be, not one that would embellish or lie, but just give you the straight report.
And should be unbiased.
Yes. So,
And not defensive.
No. So it says, shortly after arrival of the police department officers, EMS personnel moved Mr. Bollea to the ambulance and transported him to Morton Plant Hospital in cardiac arrest. Care was transferred to the staff of Morton Plant and ER, whereupon Mr. Bollea was pronounced dead at 11:17 following approximately 45 minutes of life-saving measures. Officer Bailey spoke. Now, this is actually after they've taken Hogan away in the ambulance. Now you got Swinton, McCamey, and Sky there at the scene. I think Sky went with. I think potentially I saw somewhere where she rode along with the ambulance, which is not uncommon. For the next of kin, the wife,
yes,
to get in the back of the paddy wagon and ride with. They allow that
a lot.
So, after they had left, so Sky leaves. Now you got McCamey and you got Swinton there, and the police start asking questions. And here's where that process starts. Officer Bailey spoke with Miss Swinton prior to her departure from the scene, at which she stated she had arrived at approximately 7 o'clock and assisted Mr. Bollea with breakfast and positioning him in his recliner. Miss Swinton reported that she and Mr. McCamey went to the bathroom to set up what was a scheduled therapy. And after shortly returning, Mr. McCamey went to check Mr. Bollea's vital signs and discovered he was pulseless. At this time, Sky Bollea was with them and in the immediate vicinity of Mr. Bollea, and she called 911. They were able to move Mr. Bollea to the ground, where Mr. McCamey immediately began performing chest compressions until EMS personnel arrived at the scene. Officer Bailey conducted an interview with Mr. McCamey, who identified himself as a home health occupational therapist contracted by Tampa General Hospital. Mr. McCamey informed Officer Bailey that he arrived approximately 10 minutes before the incident. Mr. McCamey then attempted to take vital signs of Mr. Bollea. Mr. McCamey stated that he did not feel a pulse and that he called his supervisor before they were able to move him onto the ground. Now, do you notice that he didn't mention anything about going to the bathroom either?
Nope.
The only one that seems to mention to having gone to the bathroom now, unless I read further and I stand corrected, is this Swinton person. That's the only person that states they were in the bathroom, but they really weren't because surveillance says they weren't by a officer. Mr. McCamey displayed a tablet device to Officer Bailey, which contained Mr. Bollea's medical records to indicate a list of medications. McCamey reported to Officer Bailey that Mr. Bollea had undergone surgery on his neck and alleged that his phrenic nerve was severed during the operation. Additionally, he reported Mr. Bollea had undergone surgery on his aortic valve within the past month or two, and that this was his second visit to care for Mr. Bollea. And Mr. McCamey explained to Officer Bailey that he had completed his initial evaluation a week prior, and there's a quote. He was kind of surprised that he even made it through the week. Which, let me remember when we were getting reports that the family had been summoned, that you better come in and say goodbye, that Hogan's not doing so swell, that it's really, really, really sketch.
Yep.
And how much heat did we get from the trolls, from the family, from everybody saying that Bubba is a known troublemaker. He's a known troll in himself. He's a bad guy. He's a dick. He blah, blah, blah. He's trying to ride off of Hogan's coattails. He did Hogan dirty once. He'll do him again. Oh, my God, let the guy live in peace. Why are you so obsessed? When in actuality, we were dead on. We were dead on when we were reporting this play-by-play, information. Because I had people that worked at the hospital. We even had a connection with the valet, one of the valets that work at Morton Plant Hospital as Hogan was going in and out of the hospital within the last month of his life. I even had an insider at the valet that would say, okay, this person arrived at this time. Nick got here at this time. Sky has been there all night long. Like I had, really reliable information. And this guy right here, that did his evaluation of Hogan, said he was kind of surprised that he even made it through the week. Really, really, really validating what we were saying all along. Detectives later conducted a follow-up interviews with Mr. McCamey to obtain additional context surrounding his knowledge of the alleged phrenic nerve injury, as well as the background information concerning his training and experience. Mr. McCamey stated that all of his information he knew regarding Mr. Bollea's medical condition was gleaned from the tablet his company provides him. Mr. McCamey advised he had no prior or additional knowledge regarding Mr. Bollea's health conditions other than what was in the medical record on his tablet. He also confirmed that he's not a medical doctor and possesses a license in occupational therapy only. Mr. McCamey, it's almost like the report, Dan, comes from a defensive standpoint instead of an offensive standpoint. So, just admit that you're not a doctor. I'm an occupational therapist. And admit that you really don't know anything about a severed phrenic nerve. No, I really don't. So admit that you probably were kind of speaking out of turn. Yes, I was. Okay, even if you were an occupational therapist, it could be on his record that he had a severed phrenic nerve, and you could see that, and you could, at that point, draw your own conclusions if you're a person that works within the industry, right?
Yes.
Shouldn't they have interviewed the nurses that were overnight?
Yeah.
Because there's 24-hour nurse service.
I still want to know, Lummy, who gave him his medical his morning medication.
So, according to the one female nurse, Swinton, she saw in her report in page 50 and 60.
Hold on here.
She saw
page 50 and 60?
No, 60.
Page 60. Okay,
yeah,
hold
60.
on here. Let me go to page 60. Here we go. All right, go ahead.
Swinton stated Miss Bollea.
Where are we at? Show me.
Just right up the top.
Okay. All right, go ahead.
She recalled Miss Bollea gave him his medication that he normally takes without incident, and Mr. Bollea went to sleep. Right there. That was the morning after his yogurt.
Right here.
At the top.
Yeah, here we go. Swinton stated Mr. Bollea did not normally eat breakfast, but just ate yogurt, which she gave him. She then recalled Here we go. She recalled Sky Bollea, gave him his medications, that he had that particular day, and that she stated he did not, however, had previously made mention of back pain. However, she did not have any further details of the nature of the injury. Okay, here we go. I kind of skipped a line. It's really hard to. It's
put all together.
Yeah. She then recalled Miss Bollea, Sky Daly, gave him his medications that he normally takes without incident. And Mr. Bollea then went to sleep. Now, Dan, I'm assuming you're a doctor. I'm not. But when you're taking your morning medications, it's far different from your nighttime medications. And maybe your nighttime medications might have a little sedative in there or something for you to maybe go to sleep. But I'm assuming that morning medications usually don't consist of
a sleeping pill.
of a sleeping additive, if you will.
But that's why also, if you look at it, because the two nurses, there's two shifts at night, the overnight shift and the shift. So there's two, and the pills, and Sky was not sure if she gave him his nightly medicine. So why wouldn't they have asked the nurse that's from 1900 to 7 and 7 to 1900? Why didn't they ask if they remember if he got his nightly medication?
Talk about the 7 p.m. to the 7 a.m. nurse? Yes, I agree with that. There were two different ones, yeah. Right. The 7 p.m. to the 7 a.m. nurse should have been interviewed, A. Also, they can't mention the medication, but they mention he has a diaper. I mean, that's horrible. And, the other thing,
is there a diaper?
Yeah, there's a diaper mentioned.
All right.
They're using a diaper. But also, the nurse, this nursing assistant, Swinton, said that he was different than he was 2 days earlier. Like, he is actively deteriorating.
Yeah, and he's
spiraling.
She didn't remember him wearing a diaper.
At this point, he's circling the drain, right, Dan?
Right. Well, because okay, first of all, he's got the neck problem. Then he's got the heart valve problem. Now he's got kidney failure. He's having problems now with being, interactive. His affect is getting worse. His energy is getting worse. Everything is spiraling. This is all his lymphomas arguably is rearing its ugly head. And so you have all these things happening at once, and old people don't tolerate this. They spiral.
Now here, none of this is part of the surveillance. At approximately 9:45, Swinton stated the occupational therapist arrived and she showed him to the bathroom downstairs that Mr. Bollea regularly uses. She continued to say that they had ordered a new toilet for him as he appeared to be getting weaker and needed a modified toilet to allow him to get up and down. Swinton stated the occupational therapist told Mr. Bollea he'd be right back to get started as he walked in. But Mr. Bollea did not respond as he was asleep. So is he asleep on the toilet right now?
No.
Are you
I don't
sure?
think so.
Well,
I don't
remember
think
they
so.
said that they saw him moving
Hold on,
in surveillance.
hold on, Dan. At 9:45, Swinton stated the occupational therapist arrived and she showed him to the bathroom downstairs that needed a modified toilet to allow him to go up and down.
Mm-hmm.
Swinton stated the occupational therapist told Mr. Bollea he'd be right back to get started as he walked in, but Mr. Bollea did not respond because he was asleep. So, where is he asleep at this point? Where are we?
Okay, so it seems like that Hogan is asleep in his recliner.
But this is 9:45. Remember the 8:08? Remember the 8:08? Trying to get blood pressure at 8:08.
But 8:08, remember, it's an hour and a half.
Oh, okay.
Off.
All right.
Okay.
Hour
and 40 minutes off. So
yeah, but a little before that.
Corresponds.
But a little before that, remember, she put him in. She let him use the urinal that he moved.
Swinton
she got
stated,
the walker for him.
So
Yeah, he got up and peed, sat back down. Then he comes in. He says, "Hey," and then he doesn't respond, but he doesn't think anything about it.
After she and the occupational therapist, Justin McCamey, returned from the bathroom again. So this is in the final report, Dan.
But it's not in the video. It's not consistent with the video.
But it's not consistent with the video.
But we didn't see the video, and the narration could be incomplete.
McCamey
that's the only other problem here.
McCamey went to be taken vital signs of Mr. Bollea. Swinton reported McCamey having difficulty time obtaining a. Again, then shame on the detective for leaving that very vital piece of information where, both nurse personnel or both people, McCamey and Swinton, upon exiting the camera, came back, right? I mean, because within the report, the detective that analyzed the video surveillance, never did they mention that these two left.
Hey, wouldn't you just say this because a little bit of a shoddy work if they, like you said, if they didn't interview everyone that was in the house for the last 24 hours?
You would think.
Wouldn't that be a big thing?
Yes, because sometimes medications take 4 to 6 hours to kick in.
Oh.
Let me go back to 71 where I was, and so that we are dead balls on time. I'll break it up, and so I can further, because there's some stuff I want to look here, and we'll come back with more of this when we return.
In the Love Sponge monarchy, thou shalt not challenge King Bubba's authority ever.
Say it, me.
He's not on drugs. He's just weird.
The Bubba the Love Sponge show returns after these words.
And like you said, medication, and then all of a sudden, an hour later, he's out. And then again, there's no text.
Now, the other thing is, Dan, I'm going to ask you is, where is the report from the paddy wagon? There is none. There is no report. They didn't.
There's a written report they make as they're transporting.
Right. So why wouldn't you interview?
Or get that record? They interviewed all the EMS guys.
They did.
Yeah.
Okay. Where's that at?
In the pages 30 through 50.
Okay.
3 of them are interviews with EMS guys.
Yeah.
So let me try to find that for me, because
nothing in there about it. It's real vanilla. There's nothing, no details.
They just talk about his
doing CPR and giving him bicarb and calcium carbonate. So I'm telling you, Bubba, they had IV access, and I'm sure there's blood.
Well,
I want to see the body cam footage.
Well, that's been requested. But we know how they work around here. Well, if you go to page 31, that's where they...
I'm on it right now.
Okay. No, but see, hey, if you think about it, it screams... This is my opinion, obviously.
Say it out loud so I can hear you.
Sorry, I just keep pointing to the fact of the overnight thing, because like Dr. Dan said, and then if they don't have blood work or whatever to test what pills are in it, what pills did he take overnight? Because if you think about it, Sky says, I don't remember if I gave him any medication. Did you? Who knows what she gave him, right?
And also, McCamey, I don't know how you say it, McCamey, said that he was on a different kind of oxygen than he normally was on. It didn't look right. Was oxygen even more? Because he couldn't hear anything. Were they not giving him oxygen? Did he have the cannula on, but the tank wasn't turned on?
See, isn't it weird that she's not unsure if she gave him any medication at night? There's a night nurse. They only ask about the nurse in the morning, but they don't ask the night.
I think that's weird too. Yeah.
They don't ask the night nurse, did she give him any medication? What kind of medication did she give him?
So why did Nick and Sky have to hire a private investigator?
I don't know.
Upon my arrival, I met with Miss Bollea and Nicholas Bollea, who introduced me to their private investigator, Douglas Smith. He showed me a sealed manila envelope which had been taped, signed, and dated prior to my arrival. The date on the envelope was 8/10. Smith opened the envelope in my presence and removed the portable hard drive.
Maybe to make sure that everything was covered up.
Yeah, well, we're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about, Dan, we're going to talk about next, like the standard of care in the back of the paddy wagon. Would you run a ringers with a D5? What would you do to a person in this condition? And, are you at this point hooking them up to an AED machine? Are you doing more Narcan? Are you doing those paddles? I'm just going to ask you as a doctor.
Okay.
If you were in the back of that paddy wagon, what would you have done? Okay. So I'm going to ask you that.
Oh, Bubba, do you have a Google code from Macho?
Where at?
On your phone. Sorry, he just sent me a message.
Yeah, should I send it to him?
You want to send it or you want to hold on? Yeah, send it. Thank you.
Let's get down to business.
If you were locked away in an insane asylum,
maybe it's time you let me get on with my job.
this is what it would sound like.
I don't think that Americans would find that funny.
No, it is not a joke.
We now return to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
So you got me, Bubba the Love Sponge, who at one time was Hulk Hogan's best friend. He's the godfather of my son. I actually, in a couple different instances, scrubbed in, which, Dan, as a doctor, is that like, it might even be illegal, but, it's just not something that doctors allow. When he did his half knee in Buffalo with I'm not going to mention the guy's name, but Hogan was so whacked out that, this was a new doctor. Most of his procedures were done locally, and he knew the doctor, had a good relationship with him. This was one of the first time we went, to Buffalo, quite a ways away, and he made them let me scrub in to watch that they didn't, weren't taking pictures of his wiener and stuff. Now, Dan, by doctor standards, is that very rare?
Yes.
I mean, have you ever heard of it?
Not really.
Yeah. Well, I did it.
Did he sit in with you?
Did what?
When he had procedures with Dr. Dan?
No. You're wrong. I've had you in there, but you're a doctor.
No. He asked, did Hogan come in for a procedure with you?
No.
Okay.
I've had Dan in some of my procedures before. He's my doctor, and he's got privileges. They let him in.
Yeah.
But that's even a little bit touch and go. Dan doesn't feel comfortable with that. And he's only done it a couple times for me. Most of the time, Dan's my doctor. He's the one that's doing the cutting. And not on my colonoscopy, but he tells me I'm on my own with that. I don't want to look at your butthole, bud.
Exactly.
Yeah, I draw the line at your butthole.
After Katie Couric, I'm scarred.
Yeah. I draw the line. I'm your best friend, and you gave me a badass set of amps, and I love you to death, and I do anything for you. You want some Botox, some Morpheus, Willie, whatever you need, some creams, but I draw the line at your colonoscopy, kid. So anyway, Dan, I need you to put your doctor hat on.
Okay.
I need you to put your trauma hat on. I need you to put your emergency room New Orleans hat on. So you're the Clearwater, your station number 46, the Clearwater Fire Department station number 46, along with engine number 44, and you are headed to the the house of Hulk Hogan, and it looks to be like a Now, when they're getting there, Dan, they're getting preliminary information as to what they're getting ready to face.
Yeah, they know they're not dislodging some kid from a fence that he got stuck on.
Right.
They're going to a cardiac arrest on Mr. Bollea.
Right. Now they I
a
think
6'4", 250-pound man.
Right. Now, I'm trying to see when. All right. So I'm looking at how many fire medics were actually interviewed.
4, I think.
Okay. So this is the first one right here.
Is that page 31?
Page 27.
Oh, okay.
So page 27, interview with fire medic Bender, and then interview with driver operator Marlowe, and then interview with fire medic Simple man.
Simple.
And then interview with Clearwater Fire Department Lieutenant Pauly.
Mm-hmm.
And then interview review. Then
I think that's it. That's 4 of them.
Then we go to the review of the home surveillance, which we've already got into the big whodunit with this.
Yeah.
So as I read all 4 people, from the driver to the 2 people in the back,
they say the same thing.
To the lieutenant, all of them pretty much say the same thing.
Nothing.
Nothing.
Yes.
And they don't talk about any type of care that they administered at all.
They do mention calcium carbonate and sodium bicarbonate in one of them.
That's it.
Mm-hmm. But they also said that the entire time they were trying to resuscitate him, that he had what's called pulseless electrical activity. So that means when you have like asystole, you don't shock it. You shock arrhythmias. You don't shock like nothing. There's nothing there. All you can do is CPR and try to get medications in there. But the shocking, nothing happens. There's nothing to shock.
So he's just dead.
He's dead.
So
and by the way, I understand all these inconsistencies, but it sounds like, he was, a snowflake falling about to hit the ground and melt. I mean, he was that close.
All right, so here's the thing. With all 4 people that were now in charge of transporting him from his home to Morton Plant Emergency, that's probably, I don't know how long of a ride, maybe 8 to 10 minutes.
On a water's boat, spot 1,000 bits.
I love that name. But, I don't know how long. I guess we could probably dig into here as to, how long the transport took. But, at this point, Dan, you said the only 2 things that they state that they did were run what? The two drugs?
Calcium carbonate and sodium bicarbonate. And they were doing, CPR, and they were also ventilating him.
Now
ventilating is, blowing air in and out through his
one of the big
lungs.
One of the big glaring whodunits is that it's written down as part of the investigation that there is no blood. None. There's no blood that they took from Hulk Hogan from the time that he got into the EMS ambulance to the time they took him to Morton Plant Emergency to the time that they declared him dead, I think at 11:17. There was along the lines of, I don't know, probably anywhere between 8 to 10 people that maybe touched his body between chest compressions and running these 2 drugs. I'm assuming, Dan, they gave him intravenously, these 2 drugs that you speak of.
Yes, he had IV access, so they could have pulled blood. I would want to know not only just from blood from a toxicology standpoint, but I'd want to know if like an arterial blood gas, because you can get his pH. If his pH, which is normally around 7.4, is already down to 6.8, I mean, he's unrevivable.
Right.
Once you get that acidotic, you're done. Nothing works.
Which works, on both sides of the fence. That also clears anybody and any potential wrongdoing with regards to morning medications and with regards to we didn't know that you guys were in the bathroom together. You never mentioned it, but yet you did. The minute, Dan, they get the blood and they can see that he's got a pH level, a deathly pH level that's non-recoverable. Mm-hmm. That starts really you start checking some boxes at that point, and it really kind of
still need toxicology, but yes,
I know.
but yeah, he's at that point. There's no reason to keep pushing on him either.
Right.
So that's the whole point. You can do CPR nobly for 45 minutes, but if 20 minutes in the pH is 6.8, your CO2's through the roof, you're not bringing that guy back. It's just the heart doesn't work under those conditions.
I just have a really hard time knowing that he went from ultimately, great professionally trained medics who can run an IV and who can, they have probably, Dan, pretty much every life-saving, from running a trach to those big paddles they put on your heart, of which neither were in play in this particular case, but I'm sure they have all those capabilities within those ambulances where they can run a trach. That's probably the most aggressive thing that they
They
have
could probably, in some states, they used to be able to crack the chest in the ambulance.
Right.
They used to be able to literally like open up your thorax and go directly to your heart. A lot of them don't do that anymore, but back in the day, they would crack a chest in the ambulance.
So I'm just saying, they have
everything.
They have the ability
To do almost anything.
to draw some blood.
Yeah.
Especially if they've already ran an IV.
Right, and he had an IV. They said he had an interosseous port, which means it's a screw that goes into the bone or into the interosseous membrane, which accesses blood. It's not great. It's not ideal, but they do that on kids sometimes. But it's a reliable port.
He was a port.
He said he had something in his belly too, which is probably for the dialysis.
So
he's probably getting maybe peritoneal dialysis.
This whole thing, this whole whodunit. We're not here today talking about the inability for the District 6 medical examiner to take it upon himself to do an autopsy.
Jay's here.
Oh, he is? Okay, perfect. Hey, Jay, what are you doing, buddy? We got you.
Good morning.
So we're kind of further breaking this down. I'm sure you've been listening to it.
I have.
And so, Dan, from the medical examiner just deciding not to do a full-blown autopsy because he wants to save the taxpayers $1,000. We've now determined that Lummy has found out that a normal autopsy is $1,000 and a more extensive all the way in autopsy is about $1,500. We wouldn't be here talking about it with two attorneys and a doctor picking this thing apart had they just done a timely autopsy and a toxicology report with a blood draw, or not even a blood draw necessarily, just a toxicology report, just one of those, and an autopsy, and we wouldn't be sitting here kicking the tires on conspiracy. We wouldn't be sitting here talking about why is this not here, why is that not here, this is inconsistent with that. The nurse say they were in the bathroom, but the video surveillance says that they weren't. So we wouldn't be having this discussion, and it goes both ways. Not only does it shut us up, but it validates those people that cared for him. Am I right?
Yes.
Had we just got a timely autopsy with a toxicology report, just like Jay mentioned yesterday.
Could have been solved in a week, Bubba. Could have been solved in a week. They could have gotten a spoonful of blood out of his heart directly, sent it for a toxicology. They could have say, listen, okay, there's no clot in his heart. His kidneys are shot. His brain's okay. Blah, blah, blah. And done. Done deal.
Done.
Instead of dragging this on for a year, torturing multiple families, multiple individuals, making everyone look stupid. It was unnecessary. It was an unforced error.
It also proves a couple things, Bubba, that you were on. When we were just hearing, he had neck surgery, everything's cool, he's recovering normally, and your inside information was that he wasn't doing well, that he was having an extended convalescence, and Danny and you were just theorizing on what could happen to somebody, which could make them have an extended hospitalization, need for home health care, and this report really confirms a couple things that we had heard. Just word on the street there was a phrenic nerve injury, Bubba. That report kind of confirms what we heard, doesn't it?
Yeah. It also confirms that, when the family was asked to gather around because it's not looking good, it's a little bit touch and go. Well, when the report opens up that he's, falling asleep in his recliner, that he's declining fast, that he
kidney
has
failure, multi-system organ failure. Now you're talking about the whole, the blood's collapsing, the kidneys are collapsing, his mental status is collapsing, his energy, he's not continent anymore. He's got to have a diaper. This is the spiral.
He's spiraling.
This is the spiral that people, go through as they die.
That we were reporting.
Exactly.
This is the spiral that we were reporting, and I took so much heat and trolls from the wrestling community, from the Tampa Bay media, from a lot of different people on this loudmouth needs to shut up. He doesn't know what he's talking about. I just saw Hogan a month ago in Oswego, New Mexico, for a case of beer signing. Another thing is, Dan, if you are this fragile and you got a phrenic nerve, potential severance, you are this fragile, and all of what killed Hogan and how he died, a month prior to that, you don't need to be on the road doing 4 or 5 cities a week, flying in private jets at 42,000 feet, and, all of, one of the things that they said potentially helped added to Kyle Busch's issue was that he flies privately 4 or 5 times a week, and Dan, you can help me with this medically, but the pressurization of flying doesn't really affect most of us. But the older that you get and complicated by potential issues you may have with your circulatory system, flying privately in a small little tube 42,000 feet above the air in a pressurized cabin, I've been told is not healthy.
It's not. And you're getting radiation up there as well.
And so, him flying around, jet setting around, schlepping his beer, schlepping his new, pro wrestling circuit, Eric Bischoff pushing him beyond his limits, physically, when, this sort of thing, Dan, you can help me out. You don't get to the condition that he got to on July 24th, 2025, to be spiraling and circling the drain. You don't get there in one day.
Oh, no. This took weeks.
If not months. I don't know.
Like you were reporting.
Like we were reporting. The other thing is, do we actually have a date as to when that back neck surgery took place where potentially the phrenic nerve was severed? Is there a date on that? Now, I know that Sky filed a medical mal on potentially the surgeons, but Jay, it's my understanding that you can't have a medical mal if the police found no wrongdoing. Now, that's not true. That doesn't mean that criminally, but not civilly, correct?
No, that doesn't. Yeah, that has no bearing on whether or not you can bring a civil suit. And believe it or not, I've had cases where I had, an African-American woman with no survivors who died at 35 years old after an elective thyroidectomy, and I talked to the medical examiner like I did for Brooke and said, this is not normal circumstances. And he said, normal circumstances, people die after surgery. And I said, that's not normal circumstances. She had a thyroid bleed, and he didn't do an autopsy, and there was no finding of any wrongdoing. And I sued him, and I won.
Jay, let me ask you a question.
Because civilly, what they did was wrong.
You're the only one of us 4 that actually picked up the phone for Brooke and talked to the District 6 medical examiner, true?
Correct.
And can you give us an overview as to how that conversation went down?
Sure. I've said it a few times, but just to recap it, I said, hi, good morning. My name is Joe Diaco. I represent Brooke Hogan regarding Terry Bollea's death. And it's come to my attention that there may have been a phrenic nerve injury. I've heard, and Brooke has heard through very reliable sources, including officers or first responders, that there may have been an injury to the phrenic nerve. And so we suspect there may be something there. And so we would ask for an autopsy. Well, first of all, she's not the surviving wife. She's a daughter. And so they question whether or not she can have standing. And so I start bringing up the Joan Rivers, Michael Jackson protocol. Well, isn't it in this community's best interest to investigate the circumstances surrounding the death of such an important public figure? This is arguably one of the most important figures that we've ever had in the Tampa, Clearwater, St. Pete, Tri-City area in our lifetimes. And it seems like this would be the right kind of case to do that. And the person I spoke with was very nice, but simply said, those circumstances don't exist here, and unless the police tell us to do something, we're not going to do anything. And it's our understanding the police are investigating the circumstances, and so they respectfully declined. I again said, but it really seems a lot like the Matthew Perry thing, and I talked about Matthew Perry, and I talked about Joan Rivers, and I talked again about Michael Jackson. And again, they reiterated that they did not believe those circumstances existed here, and we're going to defer. But if Brooke could convince the family, or if the family requested it, they could pay for a private autopsy at any moment. And this was within days of the death.
Right. And so in page number 35, Lummy, it says so exactly a month and 2 days after Hogan died, on 8/27/25 at approximately 10 a.m., I responded to Hogan's address and met Sky Bollea and Nicholas Bollea and their private investigator, Douglas Smith, in reference to this case. Now, Jay, why would you need to hire a private investigator if your dad died and the police were investigating it? Why would you have to hire a private investigator?
If it were me and I had the resources of that family, I would have done the same thing, regardless of the police or not, just because you can.
I previously advised the family that, I had been previously advised the family had agreed to allow me to view the in-home surveillance footage captured on 7/24 at the time of the incident. Upon arrival, I met Sky Bollea and Nick Bollea, who introduced me to their private investigator, Douglas Smith, who showed me a sealed manila envelope, which had been taped and signed prior to my arrival. The date on the envelope was 8/10, which is, 3 weeks, 2.5 weeks after the alleged incident. Smith opened the envelope in my presence and removed the portable hard drive. Smith stated that he had been advised by the Bollea family to download the video footage from 7/24 onto a hard drive in case it was needed at a later date. Smith stated that he downloaded the footage on 8/10 from the digital recorder. Nick and Sky were present while I reviewed the footage. It should be noted that Bollea's family attorney, which I think is Kevin Hazlett, was on the phone for this duration as well. I don't know. Again, Dan, I still can't get by, and maybe it's just a Scribner's error, if you will. But the fact that the occupational therapist and Miss Swinton, talk about going to the bathroom, and then upon getting back from the bathroom, setting up care in the bathroom, they discovered Hulk, unresponsive at that time. Sky calls 911, but never, with the person that watched the video, there is no mention upon anybody leaving the room. I think that's kind of I don't want to say huge red flag or huge smoking gun, but it's very much an inconsistency.
Definitely inconsistent, and it seems to be a substantive inconsistency. Because we're really talking about chain of custody, supervision, any attempt to, intervene or do something to him before he went from conscious to dead. There's still, a transition there with no good explanation. Why do you go from eating pudding and talking to dead in a matter of minutes?
But you got to remember,
atypical.
though, it's also someone's narrative of a video they watched. And when he watched the video, maybe the time of them leaving wasn't an important factor, and maybe it was more than moments. And so, I've had cases, Bubba, where I had an adjuster when I used to do work for an insurance company that said, this is what the person said in the statement. And I'm like, do you have the transcript? Well, not yet. This is what my notes are. Give me the transcript. And they don't say anything near what the person said that they recorded. And so, this is just a narrative of a guy who watched the video. So I think it's important to take that into consideration. Now, with that said, this seems like an important fact, Bubba. And this seems like a fact that when you take the witness statements and both witnesses say that there was a moment where they left him and went to the bathroom, you would think the narrative would include that. I find that, odd. I don't know that that means anything, but like you, if the timing and the sequence of events is important, then why wasn't that important for the narrator to put in his narrative that, or like you said, is it really not there? Which one? But the reason that the question is valid, and it brings up a lot of uncertainty. Is like, why would that be missing? Why?
Right. When, they both testified to it, or, early on said that they had gone to the bathroom, and upon returning is when they discovered, Sky flipping out that he wasn't breathing, compared to the video says that they all were in the same room. Upon trying to get the blood pressure cuff at 8:08, approximately 8:08, the occupational therapist discovered that, through Sky's, I guess Sky is the one that visually was not seeing his chest go up and down, and but the one part says,
I mean, and we're not implying that McCamey or Swinton did anything wrong.
No,
I mean,
not at all.
McCamey had only been there 2 times, and he said to the police officer he didn't even know he'd be there if he came the next time. That he was spiraling so bad before when he saw him, he thought that there was a chance he may not even see him this second visit. This is only the second time he'd ever been there 10 minutes before, and he's dead.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I mean, we're going to wrap this up, but I just wish, and then, I guess we could maybe get into it a little bit, Dan. The Gerald Fitzgerald involvement to me just seems you're a doctor.
Yeah, but you know what, though? At the very end, they talk about, there's an interview with him.
I know.
And he said that he didn't have any contact with him after the cervical surgery.
I understand that, but why would you then call him to be the guy?
That doesn't make sense. That part doesn't make sense.
Why would you call a guy that you've not seen in over a year, and the DEA did clear him by saying that none of the medications that potentially might have led to Hogan's death that they will not let us see. We don't know what the morning blend was. We don't know what the nighttime blend is. We don't know the 13 medications he was on. We do know that Gerald Fitzgerald has been sanctioned before for aggressively prescribing opiates. That's public knowledge.
Yes.
It's my understanding, I could be wrong, that Andrew Test Martin, of another famous wrestler who died of an opiate overdose in the middle of the night he just stopped breathing. Friends and family found him the next day. That potentially, from what I've been told, if Fitzgerald was his doctor. So, Dan, if I'm Dr. Fitzgerald and I don't want to have people, start picking apart what the hell I have to do with this, I don't know that I make myself available to go down and sign the death certificate because I'm like, listen, my name's Bennett and I ain't in it.
Right.
And none of my drugs killed him.
Right.
And I haven't seen the guy. And, the DEA actually testified that, none of the medications found in Hogan's house were from him. So that pretty much clears him.
Didn't I read, though, that he signed off on the home health care treatment plan?
Yes.
I thought I read that in there. And
he did.
so,
he did.
If I'm looking at this from a medical malpractice perspective, I'm going to investigate that. I'm going to investigate the home health people. I'm going to investigate all the circumstances. I'm going to investigate the surgeon. I'm going to investigate the post-operative period before he was discharged. I mean, you have to look at every single part of it, including the guy that signed off on the death certificate and the guy that approved the home health care plan under which he died.
And exactly. While conducting the pill inventory, again, if that's not relevant, why is it part of the investigation?
Oh, I found it right here. Dr. Fitzgerald later stated he was provided the plan of care for home health and his role was simply to sign off on the plan provided by the hospital. Now, I don't know. If I sign off on something as a lawyer and someone else does something beneath me, I'm a supervising lawyer. I'm signing off on it. Dan, what is there responsibility if you sign off on a home health care plan? What does that mean in general?
You just agree with it.
It doesn't mean that you're responsible for it?
Not necessarily. No, it's just that, you prove it. It's
and
reasonable.
You do need to follow up.
And by the way,
with it or
his
anything?
home health care plan's not what's negligent. He had around the clock nursing. He had occupational therapy, trying to move him around, help him go to the bathroom and do things. He wasn't dirty. He was clean. He was just dying. So there's nothing you can really criticize about his home care plan. You talk about an old guy that had a lot of mileage. A lot of mileage.
Hold on, and done a lot of stuff.
That's what I'm talking about, the mileage. You know what I'm saying? A lot of mileage.
More than the normal
ridden
guy.
hard, put away wet. More than once.
And listen, and ran hard.
Ran hard. That's what I'm saying. Red line it and then throw it in the garage.
Put it in the garage.
And so, maybe something was done untoward. But, I sort of see that, it sounds like it's just an old guy dying. And
kind of
there's
like that,
not much else
But
you
here's
could
the
do.
thing, Dan. Here's the thing. You're right.
Isn't it a little bit like that, Dan?
You're absolutely,
Yeah,
right. But hold on. I wish we had a toxicology report and a blood draw to just absolutely wrap this up in a gift bow and make it not anything for anybody to be able to conspire with or to have any type of
100% agree. 100%
Because of
agree.
who he is, it's true. But we didn't do that with our father.
Right.
We didn't get into
and also,
autopsy.
Bob, if you read this and you take this as fact, if you take everything you've read here as fact, including the inconsistencies, Do you really worry about this? Is this really pulling on your brain and heart and saying like someone got effed here? Or are you just thinking maybe?
No, I am.
This is just the ugly part of
I am the mouthpiece of a daughter that lost her dad.
I understand that,
and that's where the position that I come from. I come from. I'm sticking up for Brooke on this point. No, the whole process, including the family, have completely shut her out of the whole deal. Now, she asked not to be part of the financial windfall of her father's his financial situation. She asked to be taken out of the will. Does that mean that they take you out of all of the things that potentially killed him and the investigative part of the health portion of her father? Just because she asked to be taken out of the will financially because she knew it was an absolute going to be a shiz show with the people that are
their hands out.
Yeah, with everybody with their hands out and everybody that's jumped on and the Terry McCoys and the Skies and the Knicks and everybody out the Eric Bischoffs. She didn't want to be part of that fray. But does it mean they have to treat her as an outsider and not family when it comes to, guess what report Brooke Hogan got? Brooke Bollea. She got the same one we did, fully redacted, not with any type of information that could give you some type of clarity as to how this all went down. And she's given the same one that Joe P. Citizen down the road can pay $18 for and get it from the Clearwater Police Department.
Well, it's pretty disappointing, especially her as being the daughter, is that her brother or Sky, whatever, told her that there was no videotape and that they didn't let her even be able to take the decision to watch the camera.
So when
that's what I'm saying. There's cause to be concerned that didn't need to be there. They didn't have to make this a big question mark and a big whodunit. They could have just done lifted one more pinky. And then one of us would be worried about this.
It would be like this. It would be like, let's say, Dan, you're probably the most volatile of the three children. So let me just say, you flip out on your dad. Although your dad and you were the closest because you were a doctor and the other two weren't. But I'm trying to pick one that would go rogue, and I'm just going to make it you because you flip out more than the rest. So you flip out on Daddy Joe, and you say, take me out of the will, Daddy Joe, which you would never do, but you did.
Right.
Does that mean that Steve and Jay, because you've been somewhat ostracized and you have, let your displeasure known for whatever your dad was doing that upset you, and you had some inside information on the person that your dad was hanging out was a bad person, and you let it be known to your father at that point got upset with you and chose the other person over you, and now you're thrown out, okay? Does that mean that Steve and Jay and Arlene or whoever the protocol with regards to having the medical information to your father, does that mean they shut you out completely? Now, you've already written yourself out financially, and you're okay with that. You're fine. That's not what you're disputing. But what you're disputing is how did Dad...
Participating in their other parts.
Yeah,
everything non-financial.
Yes. How did Dad...
It depends. And so it depends on the will. Hogan could have said, listen, okay, she doesn't want any part of my estate. Also, she's not going to have any participation in what happens to me when I die.
I don't think that's a part of the will.
I don't either. And let me...
It can be,
really
though.
Simply, the answer would be...
On this one, it's not.
We would never do that with Danny.
I know.
If any of the brothers were financially that said, look, I don't want Dad's money, I'm out. We're not going to exclude him from our family. He's not cut off from our family forever.
And at the end of the day,
if he and Dad had an issue over finances, you know what that means? A third turns into a half. Woohoo!
Well, but
Jay's
hold on.
loving it.
But hold on. No, you would never. So when Joe is gone, okay?
Yeah.
And we're make believing here. Joe and Dan are at wit's end financially, and Joe says, "Screw you, Dan. You're not getting nothing." You're not. You went from a third. Now Jay and Steve are at 50 instead of 33.
Let's make up a real scenario that didn't happen.
So
well, say Dad tried to put conditions on Dan's money.
Yeah.
And we said, what? Dad did what? We're never doing it. We would never do that.
Listen,
we would never.
You guys, let's say Daddy Joe, rest in peace, took his last breath being mad at Dan, and he thinks it's going to go 50-50 to Jay and Steve. Well, Dad's gone. And I guarantee you that Jay and Steve take Dan aside and said, we got you, bro. We got
For
you.
sure.
And that's not what is happening here. The right thing to do compared to what they're supposed to do to the letter of the will. A dead man can't testify. A dead man doesn't know, and family sticks together. That's what happens. And
if Danny had done that.
And Steve and you would make sure that Dan was properly compensated for his portion of your father's life, And none of this would be happening with a family that loves each other and sticks together and isn't a bunch of money-grubbing mother effers.
He'd get whatever footballs he wanted. Just because he chose to financially be excluded, he would not be excluded from the funeral. He would not be excluded from medical decisions. He would not be excluded from anything because he's
the mausoleum.
He's the blood.
He's got to get the mausoleum in there.
No.
Man,
I'm saying is I'd be able to visit the mausoleum.
I'm just
you know
kidding.
What I'm saying? They're not excluding me from being able to pay my respects. I just didn't want the money.
You don't want the money.
Daddy Joe can't be mad at you when he's gone.
Right.
He's leaving that to Jay and to Steve to determine what happens, and they would make different determinations than what Hogan's family did.
Because it seems like Brooke pulled herself out of the financial stuff only. I don't think she pulled herself out from everything in the family, and she's got some questions as to what it was.
When he was married to Jennifer, Brooke and Jennifer had him so dialed in medically, copious notes. Brooke, I mean, you heard Brooke, Dan. She's done an extensive amount. You've heard it. She's done an extensive amount of research with regards to, and she's got an extensive body of work with regards to her dad's health care when she was hands-on and had something to do with it. And it for just to cut her out, to not let her see how truly this all transpired is really, really an injustice. And I feel for her.
Can I ask you a question?
And that too, and when I take the position that I'm taking with my co-hosts, lawyers and doctors and Lummy and me, we're not coming from a position of trying to be a hater with regards to we're in a position of sticking up for our friend Brooke.
Isn't it kind of odd too that, because I feel like it's getting brushed under the rug, and I know it has nothing to do with the police report, but that the $900,000 that was stolen from Hogan.
Oh yeah,
by the accountant
this one right here. This one right here.
Yeah.
Let's not forget this. And Jay, this might interest you civilly, but a guy named Terry McCoy. He is I think he is the main executor of Hogan's will. And that guy hired this woman to do the books. She was federally indicted and arrested for the stealing of nearly $900,000 of a celebrity's money. That is, I'm going to tell you right now, sue me if you want, but it's Hulk Hogan. So Terry McCoy, who's the executor of the will, hired this person, and for years this woman has worked for Hogan as an executor. I can play it right here. She got arrested recently, Lummy. Yeah. 5/12 of 26.
This is Malicia Gothrow, the founder of an accounting firm in Palm Harbor, Florida. Once is a mistake, twice is suspicious. She allegedly did this hundreds of times over 4 years and left a wire transfer record for every single one.
Hard. I just want to know what this is.
809. This is the feds. This is the feds here questioning. This is body cam from a federal agent.
You've been wiring out of your clients' accounts over the last 4 years.
No, that's not what happened.
6 wire transfers across 48 months, totaling
6 federal
I can explain every single.
894,274.
That's Hulk Hogan's money. And the executor of the will, Terry McCoy, hired this woman. And let me just leave you with this. Google Terry McCoy and see why, and just go Google CEO of the Home Shopping Club. And let me send me that information. We'll come back with it.
Got it.
If you want a deep dive into the Bubba the Love Sponge show from the past, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back after these words.
I was mad. I'd be like, no way, fucking Dan, stay here, bitch.
Okay.
Get out of here. You're busy and you're far away. And I love you.
All right, I love you too, guys. Thanks again.
See ya.
Okay, love me. I got something for you. Right back.
Hey, I'm around all weekend if you need anything.
Okay.
The financial, I'm just going to just let it out. I'm not even going to talk about it.
You got it?
I got it.
All right.
I got it. All right. And I need Jay to really pay attention to this one.
Big day shouldn't feel like a checklist. It should feel more like a dream you can actually get to enjoy. At Truly Yours Event Planning, we specialize in turning what-ifs into wow moments. From ultimate weddings to grand celebrations, we handle every detail so you don't have to. There's a reason we've been voted Best of the Bay for 2 years in a row. Passion is creating events as unique as your story. Let's make it unforgettable. Visit TrulyYoursEventPlanning.net today to schedule your free consultation and make sure you tell them Bubba Army. Truly Yours Event Planning, where your vision becomes our mission.
Throw up your rock fist when I drop this. Bubba's back to tell it like it really is. Back to the sponge. Bubba the Love Sponge.
Jay standing by. at his auto enclave. I just got a text from a person that is a very, 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 very high-ranking person within the EMT world, and he said usually there is no blood draw on this type of code because there is no time, but 100% the hospital should have got an arterial blood gas at the very least when they got him to ER. So he's saying, chances are that doesn't happen on the wagon, on the EMT deal, but it does happen in the emergency room. Now,
by the way, $20.
So, Jay, you're not familiar with this rabbit hole, and I'm going to knock your socks off. And so I Googled who's the executor of the Hulk Hogan estate. This is very public knowledge, and this is maybe, Jay, going to really, 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 really excite you if you were to represent Brooke Hogan in anything civilly moving forward. I'm not going to mention what it could potentially be, but I know that you and Brooke talk. Hulk Hogan's estate, I want you to listen to the names, is co-administered by his son Nick and a family associate, Terry McCoy, who is the curator / co-administrator, and Sky Daly, their surviving spouse, waived her right to contest Nick's appointment, consenting in the filed documents. So Terry McCoy was proposed by Nick and approved by a judge to act as a curator and co-administrator to manage the estate proceedings. So we know who the three people are that are the executors of Hogan's will. Nick Hogan is the number one guy. Nick Hogan filed a petition in Pinellas County to serve as the co-personal representative in his late father's estate. Terry McCoy, proposed by Nick and approved by a judge to act as a curator and co-administrator to manage the estate proceedings. And Sky Daly, the surviving spouse, waived her right to contest Nick's appointment. So, Jay, at that point, three people that are involved in navigating Terry's estate would be Nick, Terry McCoy, and Sky Daly. True or false?
Correct.
Okay. Now, I don't know if the judge can try to protect the family against somebody, that potentially may have had a past in dealings with high-profile people that have a lot of money. But Terry McCoy, if you were to Google him, FINRA, which is the Financial Institute Regulatory Authority, better known as the FINRA, has barred former Morgan Stanley branch manager Terry McCoy from working in a supervisory capacity in the securities industry. The FINRA found that McCoy failed to properly supervise a broker who was engaging in abusive trading misconduct in customer accounts. The FINRA also fined McCoy $75,000. Now, isn't that a little bit coincidental, and that his lack of supervision of a subordinate that works for him was doing illicit brokerage of customer accounts? He was in charge of that person, and he was subsequently was fined and penalized. It all was a very, 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 very influential man named Roy Spear, who was the founder of Home Shopping Club. According to the FINRA, Terry McCoy failed to supervise Amy Forte, another broker who made excessive and unsuitable trades.
Was it churning?
Where's that at?
That's what it is. When they churn an account, they do a lot of trades, and they get a little vig on every single trade.
It's almost like they get their vig.
They get their vig. They get their
They get their vig.
Like 10 cents or $10.
Someone did that to my dad once, Bubba. $80,000.
In insuitable trades in 6 of customer Roy M. Spears' accounts. The FINRA also found that the broker made many of the trades upon receiving proper authorization from Mr. Spears, according to the FINRA. Many of the trades involving moving in and out of positions in the same securities in the matter of weeks or months. This is one of the tall tale signs of an abusive stockbroker trading that any reasonable supervisor would catch or stop. The activity included more than 2,000 trades in a year.
The churning.
2,000 trades. The excessive trades generated more than, here it is, Jay, $9 million in commissions. During the time of trading, Mr. Spear reportedly was suffering from various physical ailments and dementia.
What?
Which goes right
This
along.
is a problem because as a money man or woman, you've got a fiduciary duty to that client of yours to make sure that you're doing things above board, period. You cannot do that. That's a very, very shady type of thing.
Excessive trading leads to an arbitration award of $34 million.
What?
Terry McCoy, along with Amy Forte and Morgan Stanley, was named in a multi-million-dollar FINRA arbitration claim by Mr. Spear's estate in March of 2016. The FINRA arbitration panel awarded $34 million to the estate, finding that McCoy, Forte, and Morgan Stanley were jointly liable for breach of fiduciary duty and/or constructive fraud, negligent supervision, unauthorized trading, and unjust enrichment. Of the $34 million in arbitration, almost $32.8 million was awarded in compensatory damages to the estate and the aforementioned foundation. The arbitrators also awarded $1.5 million in costs, while attorney fees will be determined later in court. The Spear estate originally sought more than $476 million, nearly $500 million.
So that means
And
after his death, the children challenged.
That is the guy that if you just do a simple Google of Terry McCoy, is one of the co-executors of the Hulk Hogan estate. You don't think Brooke Hogan doesn't have a case for, what Paris Jackson's going right now, where you sue the estate for, being non-responsible in their dealings? When you appoint as the second in charge of Hulk Hogan's estate a guy named Terry McCoy that has that background and that track record, one would say
I think
that
she's entitled at a minimum to get a copy of what she signed and whatever else they said, oh, well, you don't need to sign this. We can sign this on your behalf.
So
I believe she's got a good faith basis to question what it is that she gave up and to what extent she gave it up and what rights remain as a surviving daughter of Terry Bollea.
So, under the supervision of Terry McCoy was the Morgan Stanley stockbroker. She was working, Amy Forte was working under the supervision of Terry McCoy to the tune of...
This woman was?
No. The woman named Amy Forte. So Terry McCoy's first scrape of not being a very good supervisor and overseeing your customers' accounts, we obviously have, really good data that shows that he... and Morgan Stanley were sued to the tune of, nearly $45 million. And it was all because of his lack of supervision on a stockbroker that was doing nearly 2,000 trades of Mr. Spear, the former Home Shopping Club founder and CEO. Now, under his supervision, this woman, because I have inside information and I know, she worked and was hired by Terry McCoy, this woman, the guy that is the co-executor of Hulk Hogan's estate. Now, wouldn't you, if you're Brooke and you've gotten screwed every which way that you can, and maybe you knee-jerked, maybe you overreacted and being asked to take out of your will. I'm sure she beats herself up daily over it. I'm sure she beats herself up daily over not having a relationship with him. But, there was a person that positioned those two against each other. And I think you can figure it out. Because she had
has a good faith basis to challenge what it is that she signed, because she doesn't really know. And that's why I asked her, I said, do you really know what you signed or what you gave up? And she said no.
So
and when you have someone that tells you that honestly, that's a good faith basis to challenge what is the document she signed. So doesn't sound like she has a copy of it.
So under the supervision of Terry McCoy, who now is second in charge, Jay, why wouldn't a judge say, Mr. Bollea, Nicholas Bollea, can I ask why you are hiring this particular person to oversee and help navigate through this estate? Because it's my understanding that this person has had a scrape with the the sanctioning body of financial institutions. And are you familiar with that? Now, Jay, would that be a judge's? It's my understanding a judge can say anything he want, and he can discover anything he want. I mean, on his own, would that be a judge's place or not?
I would not suspect that a judge would read the motions, investigate who the person is independently to see whether or not, in the court's opinion, the guy is a good, fiduciary or PR. I think there's kind of a tendency to lean towards the choice of the family. And so if the family says these are the people, I think in most situations, unless there's some cause brought to the court's attention, it's going to normally be signed off on.
Yeah.
It's a family choice.
So he was the supervisor of a person that took the Spears family for tens of millions of dollars and was found guilty by it. And now this Florida accountant, which this is exactly a month old, I'm assuming, Jay, that she was, Lummy, can you see did she get federally indicted, arrested, and she worked under the umbrella of Terry McCoy, this woman?
$4.26.
And the celebrity they speak of is Hulk Hogan.
Well, Amy Forte wasn't arrested, no.
Amy Forte was not arrested.
No, she was not.
No, but when you look at this woman.
Oh, she was. Yeah, she's arrested. She's up for a lot of, 30 years, I think.
4 years of allegedly siphoning money out of accounts she had been legally authorized to sign on. By the time agents from the Federal Bureau of Investigation walked into her Palm Harbor office, prosecutors say they had already traced every wire, every transfer, every signature, back to the woman in this footage.
If she's convicted, Bubba, she could face up to 20 years for each count. So totaling 120 years max.
$3.
Now, does it have any mention that Terry McCoy is the person that gave Hogan's accounts to this woman? Or that she works for Terry McCoy?
Well, they own a business together,
yeah,
but I mean...
Yeah, hold on, Jay. Terry McCoy and this woman own an accounting business together.
Well, they own some type of business. It's in Sunbiz. I just don't know if it's accounting.
I'm sorry. They have a business together.
Correct.
So I'm assuming this woman wouldn't have gotten Hogan's accounts to even manage or just be the accountant on had Terry McCoy not given them to her.
Yeah, 2017 to 2021, she worked for Hulk Hogan.
To the same set of accounts.
Oh, Jay, that's just right after the 2016 Roy Spear gimmick.
Mm-hmm.
So you don't think...
That's a good gig to get after that.
Yeah. So anyway...
You and your subordinate and your firm are found responsible, liable for $34 million, and 3 years later you're able to get into
Hulk Hogan.
Bollea. That's
so
awesome.
I do have another attorney that reached out to me and said, ask Jay, but on 9/30/25, they filed an extension of time with the court to file a medical malpractice lawsuit against Plant Hospital, Tampa General, and 2 different doctors, and any and other healthcare providers. The 90 days expired, and they never filed anything to renew. Ask Jay Diaco. He might know better than I would, but I'm pretty positive that means the window to file the malpractice claim is now closed. And it's my opinion that they didn't pursue it because it maybe potentially could let the people know where the skeletons are.
So what they filed is called an automatic petition for a 90-day extension of the statute of limitations. You can do that in any case. That extends the statute of limitations from the time you knew or should have known of the possibility of medical negligence. And then it's a 2-year statute of limitations. So what was his date of death?
7/24/25.
Okay. 7/24/26. If there's some suspicion that he had died at that point, it may not be for a while. They probably have a few months afterwards, maybe as late as his death, before they find out anything. But I typically try to go 2 years from the date of the death to avoid any statute of limitations problems. This gives them 90 days past July 24th to file the lawsuit. And it's actually to file the notice of intent to initiate a claim for medical malpractice. It's a pre-suit demand letter that tolls the statute of limitations. So the fact that they submitted one of those means that they want another 3 months to investigate it.
But it expired, and they didn't renew it.
Well, it would expire only at the end of the statute of limitations. It's a 90-day automatic extension. And so I can file it the day after the death, and it's still going to go at the end of the statute of limitations.
Oh, okay. Okay.
So it technically, the 90 days on that hasn't run. Maybe 90 days from the beginning of when it was filed until now has run, but that's not the 90 days.
But a medical mal would allow discovery in some of the stuff that maybe people might not want out there.
All of it.
Everything that's been redacted, everything that every report that we can't see, people that are, lawyers, whether it's in camera or whether it's, it's
Discovery
now
standard was
it's
just
now in
broadened
play.
significantly.
It's now in play.
Yeah, it used to be, what was reasonably calculated to lead to the discovery of admissible evidence, and now it is information relevant to a claim or defense. And so that's pretty broad. And if I'm bringing a medical malpractice claim, anything that's relevant to my claim or defense, I'm going to have access to. So that would include all the things you're talking about. I'd want the records before the surgery. I want the hospital records.
That's in play.
That's
in play in a lot of different situations. Anything
It sure
relevant to whatever we're talking about, right?
100%.
I'm just saying,
exactly
bud.
right.
You dancing with me?
I am dancing with you. I know exactly what you're saying. It's pretty broad, my friend.
Yeah. Oh my God.
Just so you know.
Let me know, but nobody knew what I just gave out.
Nope.
Nobody knew to Google Terry McCoy, the co-executor of Hulk Hogan's estate, and the background and history that he has been a part of. And it's not Bubba, that's trying to stick up for Brooke. This is, when you get Jay, when you got judgments of $35 million and you've been thrown out of the financial institution, Willie, and disbarred from that deal, I don't know if I want you handling my dead dad's money.
Listen, my father was a successful guy. And when he was in his later years, there were people that tried to get their meat hooks in them. And Stephen was intricate in getting these guys out of him to the point where it was no more speaking to my father, speak to me only, and they would still do it. And it was really amazing how hard these people went at my father. And he'd had a guy 20 years ago that had done a very similar thing, churned in the amount of a year, $85,000.
From your pops.
And you know what we did with that guy? He never came around again. He certainly wasn't the PR of my dad's estate.
Right. Exactly.
Makes sense.
Anyway, I think we're pretty much done here. I've probably done enough damage. There's probably a lot of people that are pissed off. There's probably a lot of people that thought that, nobody would ever expose that because nobody really knew to even look.
True.
It's too bad the judge didn't Google Terry McCoy. If I'm the judge and I got Nick and Sky in front of me with Miss McCoy, with Mr. McCoy, I just simply say, Mr. Bollea, are you familiar with Mr. McCoy's? Let me ask you a question, Mr. Bollea, Nicholas. Did you Google Terry McCoy? Did you Google him, bud? You know what? I'm gonna give you like 15 minutes. I'm gonna go to my chambers and I'm gonna get something to drink, maybe eat a little snack. And I'm going to be back in 15 minutes after you've had an opportunity to Google this gentleman. And if you'd still like to proceed, we can do it, bud. I'll prove him all day. But you might want to Google Terry McCoy, Morgan Stanley with an Amy Forte kicker. I'd be a great judge, would I not? I'd just be like, I get thrown out at about the first week. But Jay, could a judge do that? I mean, because he's sure. At the end of the day, he's just trying to make the right decision for a family and their finances, and you probably want the best people, especially if the person's not a family. Terry McCoy's not related. Sky's related, wife, Nick's son. Nick was denoted by Terry as the sole the sole beneficiary.
Well, that could be challenged. You know how they all approved it. So say Brooke was a part of it, and she was still one of the surviving children. And she didn't like Terry McCoy. She could challenge the appointment of Terry McCoy as a personal representative of the estate of Terry Bollea. She could bring to the court whatever evidence there was of why she doesn't think that person's fit.
Now, hold on,
to
Jay.
be the personal representative of the estate of.
Something as late as the 16th of June where a woman that owns a business with Mr. McCoy just got federally rang up for nearly potentially 120 years, and the feds, less than a month ago, have her taken nearly $890,000 from a celebrity account, Hulk Hogan. Now, I don't want that guy anywhere near my dad's money.
No.
Or now my money.
I know you want to turn the page on this one, but, my thought process is the truth. We see people challenge prenups when they signed them. We see people challenge estates constantly. Brooke has a good faith question as to what her rights are under the terms of the contract and whatever she signed. And I would implore her, if she feels as though, like she said yesterday, I don't know what I signed and I really don't know what my rights are. I can help her find somebody that can figure out what her rights are. Just like every estranged kid, you got a multimillionaire, and all of a sudden they find out there's some estranged kid from, from an out of wedlock marriage, and the kid comes around. Guess what? He's got rights.
He does. He's got rights. Let me have you seen that Netflix thing with that? I forget what her name is, but it's kind of loosely based on the Buss family and the Lakers.
Oh yeah,
I think it's called Round Ball or something like that. And the kid comes up later after Jeannie Buss is now the president of the Lakers, and this kid comes up and says, "Hey, your dad, Dr. Jerry Bunch or whatever Buss, is my dad. He got my mom knocked up, and he's my dad." And they do a DNA deal, and then they have to now he has ownership. At the time, he got ownership of the Lakers, a small piece of the Lakers, because he was able to prove that the Mr. Buss, Dr. Buss, whose family, like son and daughter, ran the day-to-day operations of the Lakers. But this was his, he had some side ass, got her knocked up, and now he's got a little Hispanic milk dud running around. And he was able to prove that.
So does Schwarzenegger.
Yeah, so Arnold, and it was with his maid, wasn't it?
Yeah, yep.
His nanny. Nanny. Got her knocked up, and the kid looks just like Arnold. In fact, he's bodybuilding nowadays.
He is.
Yeah.
He just got a better tan.
Let's all take a moment.
Remember, this show is about words, not actions.
Okay, there is a God.
More of the Bubba the Love Sponge Show after this.
Let me Gary should be able to have a heyday with that.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I mean, HS. It's not hard. You just put her name in Sunbiz. And there's two companies, the Diva Bar and Dive Bar. All right, so.
Assertive.
So I sent that to knocking out the What's up, baby slave?
I mean, that could be really huge. What we just did.
Yeah, the last one on Exit 512. When you were talking about Melissa Guthrie or whatever her name is.
So we're gonna do this, and then tease this.
Perfect. Where's that? Joy. What's up, Mike from Mass? Yeah, I think I could be a Spurs fan leaving the stadium yesterday, it looks like. People are ridiculous. Fighting over a fucking basketball game. They get a break.
Oh my God, I just got an Iggy.
You got an Iggy?
Said, oh, I need to talk about this on the air, and you got to find it. I'm gonna blindside you with it.
Okay.
Have you looked at the occupational therapist video? I don't think you've watched it all.
Not all of it, no. I've seen a little
Well,
bit.
you might want to watch it all because supposedly he mentions me.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. I will check that out.
This is what somebody's telling me.
You have it pulled up, the video, or no? I can find it.
He said that's where he heard about the phrenic nerve that he knew nothing about until he heard it from your show, and he mentions your show. It might be him calling.
Found it.
You found it?
Yeah. Let me just see. Or do you have the video up and you need me to send it back?
Did you find it?
Where they mention you?
On the video?
Yeah.
We're at what? I got the. Hold on. So I got this.
Yeah, that one.
Where's it at?
610.
Hey, it's Bubba the Love Sponge. If you're looking for a Volkswagen or any quality used vehicle, it's Volkswagen of Wesley Chapel. You can get financing as low as 0% APR on new VWs and as low as 1.9 APR on certified pre-owned. Over 200 new VWs in stock. Over 200 used vehicles in stock. You're looking for a specific car or truck or something they don't have? They'll find it for you. Mention Bubba Army, get an additional $1,000 off new or used. No questions asked. Ask for my boy Rolo. For more information, go to VWofWC.com. Volkswagen of Wesley Chapel.
Banned in all 50 states and 100 countries. We're back to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
So we might got a big one right here. Let me. Hello, Fred. We'll just call you Fred.
Hey, it's okay. You can just call me Medic.
Medic Matt. Can we call you Medic Matt? Medic Mike?
Whatever you want.
Fred McGillicuddy. Guy that's a little bit close to this situation without saying it. So, Fred McGillicuddy, what do you got for me? And what you found for me is amazing. And Lummy went and watched it, and I think he got the portion of what you're going to tell me right now.
Yeah, and the cop kind of blows it off.
Yeah, so what I saw, it was late last night. It got put out just randomly by, I think, Channel 8 or something. And it was the CPD footage of the scene. And they were talking to what I thought was a nurse. And it turns out it was the occupational therapist, and he starts going into, oh, yeah, he's had this. They're asking him Hogan's history, and he's like, he had neck surgery, a bunch of surgeries, and they nicked his phrenic nerve, blah, blah, blah. And cops were like, well, what is, he's trying to explain what that is. So in a very layman's type of way, he explains what the phrenic nerve is, and they just let it go, and then it cuts. And then they fast forward to what I assume is them interviewing him again at a later time.
Right.
From the inside of his car, leaning out, talking to one of the deputies or cops. And it was a detective, and he's kind of grilling him a little bit. Like, how would you know what the phrenic nerve is or anything? Like, that's really outside of the scope of a occupational therapist. I mean, you're not a nurse or a doctor, right? And he's like, no, I heard it on the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Jay, validating exactly as we were given play-by-play to everybody, that even the occupational therapist that, was one of the three people in the room when Terry died, monitored our program for the inner workings of this particular thing. Man,
I was freaking out.
And Medic Matt, I won't get any credit or anything like that because I'm the bad guy.
No.
And,
well, Bubba, you should hear how the detectives kind of like, yeah, whatever. I heard it.
Right, exactly.
Let's move on from that.
Man, Medic Matt, you got my personal number. Thank you for that heads up, and any information you get, I appreciate the stuff you've gotten me so far too. I've gotten some good stuff from you. Thank you.
I got your back, brother.
Thank you, buddy. Appreciate it. Jay, I got it right here. You ready?
Mm-hmm.
Here it is.
Okay. Sorry to keep you.
It's okay. I was also driving to the
I understand that.
So I got in trouble before for talking to him. So.
Okay. Well, I think that should be it. All right. Thank you, sir.
It was interesting, though. Listen to the interview on Bubba Loves Sponge the next couple days.
Hear that?
Mm-hmm.
I've listened to this for the last couple of days on the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Listen to the interview on Bubba Loves Sponge the next couple days. After that,
I've heard it.
And the guy mentioned the Frank Murph.
Oh, look at Jay. The cops say they're familiar.
It's a detective. So that's a detective. I heard it.
Glad you guys are listening. Appreciate it. Clearwater
It's
PD.
November 19th, 25. Months after the death.
Sponsored and paid for by Scientology. Clearwater PD, you bunch of shady bastards.
Oh, I've heard it.
And the guy mentioned the Frank Murph himself. He's like, oh, it could have been. And I was like, huh.
I've heard it.
Yeah. So.
Thank you for the. I mean, how cool is that?
And he's also acknowledging that he heard that phrenic nerve being a potential issue. Not only that he heard you on the radio, but also I think he's acknowledging that he heard that to begin with.
Right. Hold on, let me just replay it some more. Let me in all my glory.
Yeah. So I shouldn't have said the comment.
Okay. Well, fair enough.
This is why I'm not a doctor. I just get you stronger and get you moving.
So anyway, that's awesome. Appreciate you, Clearwater PD. I appreciate you. I appreciate you guys out there on the streets, your men and women out there that are copping and kicking ass. But your ministers and your chief, your administration and your chief, and your county and your city commissioners and your celebratory mayor that's not a strong mayor, they're all bought and paid for by the Scientology. Scientology completely runs that city. Period.
Hey, Jay, you just said that it sounded like he heard it before, right? Like he heard the phrenic nerve not just on our show but somewhere else.
That's what I thought.
So I looked in the police report, and it said McCarney could be heard telling Officer Bailey about the phrenic nerve severed during surgery, and that it was hard to do. Then the detective asked how he knew that, and he said, well, it was in his medical records.
So that sounds like he has personal knowledge of it.
Well, so that
no, but okay, if it's in his medical records, it's one thing. Hearing it on my show is another.
Yeah.
So he testified, boots on the ground, as the incident happened, that it was in his tablet, his medical tablet. But then in November, when they go and re-interview him, he then says he heard it on my show.
Which, by the way, Bubba, we didn't have this police report yet, which is the first time we've had validation about this phrenic nerve. You and I have been thinking this from the very beginning when you and Brooke heard it, word on the street. There's something that happened with surgery. It was initially, we were still confirming what you were thinking all along. This wasn't a normal surgery. He didn't have a normal recovery. You'd be out in 2 or 3 days. Why is he convalescing? And then he dies, and we hear word on the street, phrenic nerve.
Yeah.
We didn't know that word.
No.
Yeah. When was
Only
the last
Dan
time
did.
you and I used the word phrenic nerve?
Never in my entire life have I ever been exposed to that word or knew about it. The only person that may have been is Dan, the doctor, Dan.
Well, Dan knows. I don't.
Yeah, neither do you. And you probably, in all your medical mal and all of your medical cases, remember, never ran across that situation either.
I've had a lot of issues. I've never had a phrenic nerve that was nicked post-op cervical discectomy infusion.
So, Lummy, we had totally infused ourselves into, even people that worked for Hogan were listening to our show, getting play-by-play real-time accounts as to what's happening.
That's right.
Including, but not limited to, the 3 people that watched Terry take his last breath and, pretty much died on their tap. Not that I'm blaming them. I'm just saying it was on their watch, meaning they were assigned to be there and take care of him while he expired. Not saying they did it. No way, shape, or form. But even the occupational therapist, who Lummy was the one that got on top of Hogan and started administering CPR, listened to our show.
Which is when
Pretty
I
cool.
spoke to the medical examiner, Bubba, because your information was accurate and so was Brooke's. When I spoke to the medical examiner, I actually mentioned phrenic nerve, and we never got confirmation of that until this police report came out from the Clearwater Police Department.
Which was about 3 days ago. 4
Correct.
days ago. Friday.
So
clear
before
up
that,
until
it was
Friday.
word on the street.
The only
now
thing
it's confirmed.
The only person that was screaming phrenic nerve was me.
And Brooke Hogan.
That's it. And until this report came out last Friday, that was never published or talked about by anybody of credibility except me.
Which lends credence to your original story, which you were blasted about, which is this isn't a normal surgery. And when Danny talked about what do you expect with a normal cervical surgery? The recovery time, when you get out, when you're talking, when you're active, when you're doing these things. And we were in real time going, there's something wrong here. Guess what, Bubba? You were right again.
Oh, imagine that.
So
imagine that. You're right again.
And Jay, imagine that the Bubba factor is yet played again. Everybody took me crazy. I'm the bad guy. I never get any justice. I don't make a good victim. Screw Bubba. You can steal from him. You can do all types of things to him. And he has no rights, and we hate him.
People still listen to you, Bubba.
And the reason why you hate me is because I have such a massive following that I usually am correct in the information that I get, and I have a long time of sticking up for the average guy that gets getting screwed. And it starts and stops with me. I've now become that guy. The guy I used to stick up for is now me.
I
get
still hear
screwed
from
everywhere.
doctors and lawyers and judges and important people around town that still listen to you and thank me for what you do to try to hold those in power to justice and holding those that are in power to responsibility and public transparency. You're one of the few people that does that anymore.
Yeah.
But do you see on 17 where they look at, well, one, they talked to the medical examiner, and the medical examiner said he was aware of the recent
What page?
surgery.
17.
And Mr. Bollea's neck, where he alleged that their phrenic nerve had been damaged. That's from the medical examiner. But if you also look, their medication, the officer saying that there was missing medication in the bag, and that there was also a miscount on the pills left in the vial.
Let me do this. So I'm dead balls on time because I got to pee so bad. Let me go to words, and we're dead straight up.
Perfect.
And then we'll come back and let's open this up. Let's open 17 on up. Try to navigate me through 17.
Oh, it's in the beginning. It's that whole first part.
All right, let's navigate through that with Jay when I return, okay?
Sounds good.
No, he probably shouldn't have said that.
That kind of frank dialogue troubles me.
More of the Bubba the Love Sponge Show after this.
And oh, this is different. Gotta get sprayed. Sorry guys, right back. You get sprayed. Sorry, chat. What's up, Bert Merchant? Remember for trap. Macho. Hot Mike. Jay.
Hi, Warren. Did you find where it came from? Yes, I did, Bob.
Sorry, sir. What?
I said, did you find out where it came from?
Oh yeah, I got it. I gotta find the more adhesive.
I don't think that Bob sprayed enough adhesive on
I don't think he did either, because that last one I did is up there.
You gotta
good.
saturate it. Like you gotta.
That's what I did the last one. So I hadn't looked real quick for it. I'm gonna text Merch Crick and see if she knows where it is.
What's that?
The adhesive.
Oh yeah,
I'll do the same thing I did the other one and lather it up.
I'll get it. She's got a telemed at 10.
Okay.
So.
Yeah, because it's just a quick.
I'll find it. I'll find it. I'll have it laid out for you.
Okay.
So don't worry about finding it. I'll get it when she's available. I'll get it from her.
Okay.
But it could be a while.
I'll look at it real quick anyhow. I gotta bring the computer.
Yeah, you can look.
Yeah. Of course I did. I'm long liquor. That's 25 Army grunt. What's up, Brian Phillips? Yeah, I did. Dougish, they actually they did it the correct way. There's a lot of fights, White Iced Tea.
I love everything about the show. Every day for 4 hours, man. It just makes time fly by.
Gotta be Bubba.
This is awesome. I love it.
And I spent about 2 hours in my car when it's supposed to be a 20-minute break.
Yeah.
Bubba the Love Sponge.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show. Yeah, as advertised, we dug deep into it. From the financial aspects and potential mishandlings of the Hulk Hogan estate with Terry McCoy and his background. I wonder with this woman that got indicted federally for stealing nearly $900,000 from a celebrity client, which we've later found out. I think within the report it actually states Hulk Hogan.
No, not in the initial investigation. It doesn't. It just says a well-known celebrity.
Oh, okay. Well, I think I have.
Are you sure it's him?
Yeah, I'm.
Well, I mean, the timeline matches up, and she's on his. Yeah. She's on LLCs with him.
I've been told by
rumor has it
pretty reliable sources. Rumor has it. Don't know it to be true, but I think I'm pretty credible on this particular deal. So from all of that to now breaking down various parts of the final report by the Clearwater PD and Alf. I mean, at least I think it's been pretty well validated that the Clearwater PD listens to the program. The occupational therapist, who was one of 3 people that watched Hulk Hogan die in his arms practically, as he was the one that was administering the CPR. In an interview with him in November, he admitted that he really didn't know what the phrenic nerve was anything about it, and that the information that he had gathered came from this program. And then that's somewhat contradictory in the fact that, boots on the ground as it happened on July 24th, 2025, dating and then going into July 25th, the next day after Hogan's passing, this particular occupational therapist, Lummy, said that he had gotten the phrenic nerve information from his medical tablet.
Yes.
Am I right?
Yes, that's what it says.
But later on in November, he said that he heard the information from our show. So...
No, he said he also heard it from the show. That's what he said.
Also heard it from the show, and the detective said, yeah, I heard it too. So let me, what am I looking at here? Page 17.
So this is, I thought it was kind of...
I'm going to let you take it over. I've done enough talking for the day. I got a headache.
So I was going to have Jay check it out. There's discrepancies of how many pills were left in the vial. There was missing medication from the log. Shouldn't that be red flag 1, like which ones were missing?
You're talking about Sergeant Martinez. So it says, due to this, it says, as my supervisor duties, I followed up on the count of the medications later in the evening. As a cop. So from residents and Officer Albies would conduct a count of medications and then submit them into evidence. As my supervisor duties, I followed up with the count of the medications later in the evening. While reviewing the medical log completed by Officer Albies, I'm sure I'm saying it wrong, on evidence.com, I observed several clerical errors. Due to this, I contacted on-duty District Patrol Sergeant Gary Martinez, and arrangements were made for him to conduct a second count of the medication and complete a second medication log. After Martinez's count, I was advised that some of the medications listed on the form that was provided by Officer Bailey were not in the bag of medications provided by Melanie / Sky, his wife. I then reviewed the medication log and observed that the medication redacted showed a discrepancy in how many pills should be left in his pill vial. Based on the circumstances of July 25th, at approximately 9 o'clock in the morning, I contacted the Pinellas County medical examiners and spoke with the MEO investigator, Jim Benning, to advise on the above discrepancy. So, Jay, here that is, less than 24 hours after the medical examiner has the dead body on ice, and the police department is contacting the medical examiner's office and talking to a gentleman by the name of Jim Benning, and he says, we have a discrepancy in a medication that's, so sensitive that they're redacting it. We have a discrepancy on how many pills should be left. And I wanted you to know that as the medical examiner. Now, at that point, Jay, maybe you didn't think there was any funny business or any type of opiates that contributed to Mr. Bollea's death. But when the police department calls you the next day and says there's a discrepancy in medication, that's not Advil they're talking about.
We're calling it, they call that a red flag. That's when you would do a toxicology report.
Yeah. So
we're getting inconsistent information from the people reporting what medication he took versus our inventory. We've counted the pills. They don't match up. Additionally, there's medicine that's missing from that which they said that he was taking. It's enough to put him on notice. And then listen what they also say. They were already aware of the neck problem.
Yeah, and I was informed that the MEO, the medical examiner's office, was aware of the recent surgery of Mr. Bollea's neck, where it was alleged that a phrenic nerve had been damaged. Benning contacted me a short time later and advised that after conferring with his supervisor, Damian Brayton, they would not be conducting an autopsy on Mr. Bollea. This all starts and stops and is on the dirty hands of Damon Brayton. Damon Brayton, you are a piece of absolute shiz, and if you would have done your job correctly and erred to the side of caution, it would be interesting, let me to see what Damon Brayton's, family ties are. They got any ties to Scientology?
Interesting.
Is he friends with Scientology? I'm just saying, it doesn't hurt to ask. He probably doesn't. But I'm just saying, why would you, when the police department call you up and say, we have discrepancy in pills? And I'm telling you right now, Jay, they don't call you up and say that when they're talking about, Tylenol or Advil or Fred Flintstone vitamins. It's probably an opiate that could potentially be life-threatening if abused.
I would be upset if I were the police officer. If I was Sergeant Martinez and I brought this to the medical examiner's attention and they didn't follow up on it, I would be frustrated as an investigating officer. I would find that to be
here
like,
you are as a
why
cop.
is that a dead end?
Here you are as a cop. You found out a great, something that nobody knew. It could potentially be a major piece of this case, and only to be shot down by the medical examiner and his supervisor. No, we're not. We're still not going to do it.
Yeah, wouldn't that be? Do you think the medical examiner went saying, "Okay, they missed some pills. Let's find out what happened to them."
Let's do why while the body is less than 24 hours old, let's see if we can do a toxicology report. Let's see if we can draw some blood. Let's see if we can circle back to see if this discrepancy and potential, I'm assuming potentially strong medication that could be life altering. Otherwise, they wouldn't call the medical examiner if the medication was, B12 gummies.
Right. Well, like Medic Matt said, and like I said, is I would be shocked if the ER doesn't have a blood draw.
Yeah,
I would be shocked when someone goes to an emergency department in cardiopulmonary distress. They usually will take samples of the blood and other types of fluids to see what's going on. And so I'm talking generally, but in a case like this, I would be shocked if there's not some blood from the emergency department that was drawn if they were truly initiating life-saving measures. I don't think he was declared till after he was in the ER. Is that correct, Bubba?
Yes, 11/17, and when he was in ER.
Okay. So, like Medic Matt said, maybe they don't draw it in the ER or in the ambulance or EMS.
But he said his exact words, Jay, was 100% of the time it's taken in the ER. 100% of the time.
If I had standing, I'd be trying to subpoena that blood if I were the medical malpractice lawyer, and I would want to know what's in that.
Lummy, is that Brooke? Because we can't go long today. Let me see. Hello?
How about them Knicks?
And now we go down the wormhole.
Yeah.
And now you've entered the rabbit hole that I've been on.
Hold on. You need to go back and listen, because I even broke down the Terry McCoy got sanctioned by the FIN and fined for 30.
FINRA.
I went down all of that rabbit hole, and how the Roy Spears family sued him, and when Nick was in front of the judge, why wouldn't the judge have Googled a guy named Terry McCoy and find out that he's done some very illicit things, and why would you put that guy in charge of the estate? I've had several attorneys, including Jay, mention that, man, Brooke really, 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 really needs to get to looking into this with proper counsel, because there's a lot of, smoking guns here that you could potentially be bringing up with the mismanagement of their estate and all types of different deal. I don't know if we can.
You know the other smoking guns I have that I haven't even brought up because
hold on, they're so scary that I can't even allude to them.
Oof.
You can't, but I will tell you this: the one thing that everybody's like, "Oh, she wrote herself off the will, and now she's causing trouble." Writing myself off the will never meant I don't love my dad. Never meant I didn't fight for my dad. Writing myself off the will meant there was somebody there.
We went through that.
Very scary, and
I went through that.
Out they still are.
I went through that.
Yeah, we went through a scenario, Brooke, where it was like if my brother had voluntarily relinquished his rights to the financial side of my father's estate, we would never have excluded him from a funeral or any involvement in anything going on with my father. It's just he would be out of the money.
You need to tell the nanny.
They invited me to the funeral, but I didn't want to go because I thought it was a dog and pony show, which it was. They invited celebrities and podcasters, and it was like
I understand that.
You've got to tell the nanny they got to watch the babies, because you and Steve, if this show has it was practically written by you. Just because of everything that I know, and I got into it all. In fact, the fact that you took yourself out of the will doesn't mean that you've taken yourself out of, life-threatening decisions or information that led to your father's, demise, and what happened to him truthfully, and breaking down people's testimony, and the breaking down of the surveillance video where the nurses testified that they were in the bathroom, but the person that observed the video surveillance said that they never left. We broke it down like you. I mean, you've got to watch today's show. I mean,
may I ask her a question?
I think. Go ahead.
Do you have a copy of whatever you signed?
I don't, but I could probably find it or get one.
So that's my whole thing is, as an attorney, if someone has a good faith basis to question something, then I think they should question it. And so based on all of my conversations with you, I think you have a good faith basis to question exactly what that meant. And then when you're being told by somebody that, oh, there's another document that's going to be signed that you don't need to see and you don't need to sign, have you ever seen that?
No, sir.
Okay. It seems like you need an estate lawyer to help you find out what your rights and your responsibilities and your duties and obligations are to your father's estate.
And our other,
because we were talking about the scenario where, there's a rich guy who didn't know he had an illegitimate son, and the illegitimate son comes up and says, guess what? I'm part of the estate. Yes, you are.
Well, here's the deal.
And there's people that have prenups, and the prenup has actually been signed, and the person questions the prenup. And so it's not an unusual and uncommon or improper thing to do to say, I don't know what my rights are, and I need somebody to help me figure it out. I'm a smart person, but I'm not a lawyer, and I need somebody that maybe can guide me and provide some counsel to me through this time. If you'd like me to try to help somebody to do that for you, with you, I'll help you do that.
And there's another attorney that,
Jay, it bothers me.
I don't want to mention his name, but there's another attorney that has some ideas and suggestions with regard to a potential person he knows that specializes in this. And so maybe you two can, I know you two talk, maybe you two can compare notes because he's listening to the show
probably
right now.
The same person.
Yeah, he's listening to the show right now.
And gentlemen, I absolutely understand what you're saying. And, unfortunately, that's not the route I ever wanted to go down. And I would only go down that route to rectify what happened to my dad. My main point that I'm making here is, for the public, which I think the public needs to know how skewed our justice system is. The public needs to know, and I think that this is something that is going around the world, that we are not just run by, the good old boys in blue and they do everything right, and then the people above them do everything right. It's like there's corruption everywhere, especially in Clearwater. And I've seen it with my own eyes. I know who kisses whose butt. You know who kisses whose butt, Bubba. And everything you guys were just saying in the last 5 minutes that I tuned into, the whole point that I'm trying to make is that my father expressed distress to me. My father expressed the same fears I had. There's a cloudy point where I don't know what happened, but I have had people tell me that somebody started talking poorly about me to my dad, which led to my dad being kind of dismissive, kind of crappy to me, kind of whatever. And the whole thing bubbled into this icky little blister that popped. And I said, I can't do it anymore. I can't save you. I can't help you. You tell me that you need help. You tell me that you want out. You tell me that you're scared. I'm scared too. Come with me. And he said no. And everything that I was talking about, I was right about. And that's the most frustrating thing, is that the public wants to crap all over me for not attending my dad's funeral or not being there or not being part of the last 2 years of his life. Well, trust me, I wanted to be there. But he opened the door to a parade of users that came in, and as I watched it, my heart sunk, because I told my husband, I said, babe, without me there, my dad's not going to last long, and I'm scared. And I literally had my hands tied. And everybody wants to just absolutely trash me for coming out of the woodwork now, but this is the only time I've been able to come out of the woodwork. Thank God for you, Uncle Bubba, that you've got a platform. Thank God. And you've always been a voice of the people, but this is something that, again, today goes beyond my father.
So today, in closing, before I let you go, is that that the therapeutic occupation therapist, the dude, that in an interview, in a body cam interview that he did in November with Clearwater PD, guess who he said he listened to and where he found out about the phrenic nerve?
Who?
He says, and we played it, and you'll see it when you rewatch it, I heard it on the Bubba the Love Sponge show, and the detective goes, I'm familiar, and I've heard it too. So yes.
But he was the one that said it first on body cam, right?
Yes.
As they were taking my dad out of the house.
Yes, he said it. he said he didn't have any. He's not a doctor and he doesn't know anything about that, and he misspoke. But then later in November, he talked about how he'd heard it on my show, and the detective validated that indeed he heard it as well.
Well,
So
when he said he misspoke, he said he shouldn't have mentioned it.
There was a brief moment where after my dad died, I was in touch with Nick and Sky, and for me, I was told that the phrenic nerve was cut. That is something that actually happened.
Yeah.
Well, the guy
which was confirmed in the police report, Brooke.
Yeah,
it's
but
in there.
he said it's in his medical records.
Yeah, it's in his medical records.
And
So
I
he
think
said.
it's funny that that's not listed on his death certificate either. They list AFib, but they don't list a severed phrenic nerve. I mean,
Or
come on.
aortic valve surgery, massive surgery. I don't see any mention of that either.
So listen, Brookie.
Yeah, it's all
I'll be
whatever.
Jay and our friend is trying to contact you with regards to where and who you talk to next. Man, you've got to listen to today's show because about what time did we start opening up this can of worms? About
7:30.
7, yeah. You can fast forward it, and then
about an hour and a half in.
Oh my God,
Okay.
you are gonna just. I know you and I will be talking soon today.
I am just so, at first I was, I'm stuttering. It's like if you're somebody listening and you hear how flabbergasted I am, I never in my life thought I was strong enough to blow the lid off of something. I was scared. I mean, my family's very litigious. I wouldn't be surprised if, I could probably tell you how this is going to play out, but I don't really care anymore. I don't care. Something happened to my dad. And even if it's not malicious, I just want to make sure that the police department that's not run by the police department, that has heavy influence from other people, are corrected and held accountable and do the right thing. There should have been an investigation. They should have figured it out. And it wouldn't have been embarrassing if my dad accidentally took an extra Percocet or something. It's not like he was trying to kill himself.
Right.
Nothing would have been embarrassing with my dad.
Nothing.
95% of the time, these are mistakes. It's not that someone did something malicious or someone did something intentional. It's simply like the meds are off, and it's usually just a mistake.
Before we got to get going, but hold on. This is what Hogan would say. I lost my gimmick control. Hogan would say I usually got my gimmicks. I'm all gimmicked up. I got my gimmick control.
In my heart of hearts, I don't think that is what happened. I think he was relying on other people to help him and keep track of his medication, and that's where we need to figure out where it went wrong, because he was strong. It's funny. I saw a comment from somebody, and Steve said it was Missy Beefcake, but I just saw the comment. I didn't know who it came from, but somebody goes, wait, I thought he looked strong enough to go to WrestleMania when you saw him in the coffin. And the truth is, he did. He looked amazing. I mean, I don't know if it's like the most amazing Hollywood special effects hair and makeup at Sylvan Abbey Funeral Home, but he looked incredible. So, I just, and from other people, I mean, they were saying he was doing great a couple days before. Mm-hmm. Remember, everybody was like, he's doing awesome. He's doing great. He's going to pull out of this. And you know what? I actually believe that, because my dad did pull out of everything, and he was strong, and he was incredible, and he was superhuman, and something just went awry. It was just one misstep.
You're not stopping. You're not stopping. You're on a mission. You're hard-headed as your dad is, and you got a lot of good people that want to help you, and we're gonna help. So listen, I'll call you later today. I gotta go.
Close the show. I'll talk to you later. Bye.
Bye, sweetie. Jay, appreciate you, my friend.
Appreciate you.
I'll probably be talking to you later today, too, baby.
You know that.
All right, bud.
All right. Bye, guys. Love you, too.
Love you.
Love both.
Thanks for letting me finish.
You've been listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show, starring
me, Bubba the Love Sponge,
co-host and show historian, Lummit.
It's Brian Matroni, king of counter program.
Gene Lasker, voice of the people. Glad you get to hear me.
Gary Cantrell, video editor.
Yeah, back here wiring up. It's Mini Macho.
The BRN agent, Thomas Buttoned Up B.
Co-host, Dr. Dan Diaco, Esquire of Council.
Co-host, J. Diaco, Esquire, the Spitting Cobra of Council.
Now, time for the legal disclaimer.
Exactly.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this show without express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
We must dissuade him of this delusion.
Until next time, always remember.
Our pig alone. oh,